Welcome to a meeting of your Flagler County Board of County Commissioners. Representing District 1, Commissioner Andy Dance. Representing District 2, Commissioner Greg Hansen. Representing District 3, Commissioner Kim Carney. Representing District 4, Commissioner Leanne Pennington. Representing District 5, Commissioner Pam Richardson. The interim county administrator is Adam Mingle. The county attorney is Michael Rodriguez. Time is set aside at the beginning of each meeting for citizens to speak on any issue. So that we have time for everyone, speakers are asked to limit their comments to 3 minutes. Today's meeting is brought to you by Flagler County BOCC's Public Affairs Department. Our live broadcast will be starting soon.
Welcome, everybody. We're going to call this meeting to order. It's the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners meeting June 15th, 2026. It is 5 p.m. and if everyone would stand for the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next, we'd like to take a moment of silence for individual prayer reflection. We take this time to honor and remember our first responders and the men and women in our military who keep us safe and protect our freedoms at home and abroad. Next, we're going to go over our additions, deletions, and modifications to the agenda. The first step will be removing item 4C1 from the agenda. It will be moved to our July meeting. That is about the vertical oyster garden initiative. The next one is our staff is requesting that item 7G be removed from the agenda. Under our rules and procedures, any commissioner, county administrator, or county attorney may request that an item be pulled from the agenda. When such a request is made, the board must determine consensus whether to delete, table, or otherwise modify this item's placement on the agenda. So at this time, I want to ask the board if there's a consensus to approve the agenda with the amendments of item 7G.
Motion to approve.
I'll second.
Motion and second to omit it. All in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
All right, there we go. So item 7G will be removed. All right, now we're moving on to our recognitions. We just have one this evening. That is our Mosquito Control Awareness Week, which is June 21st through 27th, 2026. This was requested by Ms. Graves. Welcome. I believe Mr. Dance will read it for us.
Good evening. This is a proclamation of the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners recognizing June 21st through 27th, 2026 as National Mosquito Control Awareness Week in Flagler County. Whereas mosquitoes can transmit diseases such as West Nile virus, dengue, Zika, malaria, yellow fever, and other mosquito-borne illnesses that affect people, animals, and communities. And whereas mosquitoes can also impact the quality of life by limiting outdoor recreation, affecting public spaces, and creating concerns for residents, visitors, workers, and businesses. And whereas residents play an important role in mosquito prevention by removing standing water from containers, cleaning gutters, refreshing pet bowls, flushing bromeliads and other water-holding plants, and properly disposing of tires. And whereas the East Flagler Mosquito Control District provides mosquito surveillance, control, education, and outreach to help protect public health and improve quality of life in Flagler County and surrounding communities. And whereas partnerships among residents, local governments, public health agencies, and mosquito control professionals are essential to reducing mosquito breeding habitats and preventing mosquito-borne disease. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners that they do hereby recognize June 21st through 27th, 2026 as National Mosquito Control Awareness Week and encourage all citizens to help eliminate standing water sources to help prevent mosquito breeding habitats. Adopted this 15th day of June, 2026, attested by Tom Bexley, our Clerk of Court and Comptroller, and signed by our Chair, Leanne Pennington.
I'll second the motion.
I'd like to,
Got to get a motion.
yep, I'll go ahead and move that we approve our National Mosquito Control Awareness Week proclamation.
Then I'll second the motion.
All right, motion by Mr. Dance, second by Ms. Richardson. All in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Welcome, Ms. Graves.
Thank you, Board. Unfortunately, my chairman and board are also in a meeting, so you get me. But I would like to thank you on behalf of the East Flagler Mosquito Control District for recognizing National Mosquito Control Week. Mosquito control is more about comfort. It's about public health, quality of life, and prevention. I also want to clarify that while the district does partner with the county and other state and local governments, we are a separate governmental entity. The district is funded primarily through tax dollars, and we try to use these dollars responsibly. For the average homeowner in district boundaries, mosquito control for the entire year costs less than one visit from a private company. With only 17 staff members, the district provides surveillance, inspections, treatments for mature and immature mosquitoes, public education, disaster response, and disease prevention. And we do all of this while representing less than 2% of your total property tax bill. Thank you so much for recognizing this important public health service and the work being done to protect Flagler County residents and visitors. We would also like to invite the community to our open house. It is June 27th. You can find more information and reserve your spot at flaglermosquito.gov.
All right, thank you so much. You know, you do a wonderful job on social media, getting the word out.
I try.
I happen to have a district that is not in the
All
service
in the-
industry, but you still even reach out to them, and so I greatly appreciate it. Would you like to come up and take a
I
picture
would
with us?
love
That'd be
to. We
great.
got almost 20 tons of tires from Tire Today.
I saw that.
I read that.
Come on up.
Thank you.
Okay, 3, 2.
Before we go to community outreach, I just want to make some announcements. First of all, the county is closed June 19th. It is a federal holiday. June the 22nd, the workshop has been canceled. June 29th, workshop has been canceled. We have our United Flagler 4th of July celebration that will be taking place at our airport on July 4th. We also have our Stars and Stripes Parade on July 4th, and that'll be down in A1A. It starts at 9 a.m., and then the fireworks will be at the runways at 5 p.m. That celebration will start. We have upcoming commission meetings, workshops. We will have a workshop tomorrow at 1:30. That will be on the general fund budget. We will also have a workshop Monday, July 13th at 1, and then conclude with our regular meeting at 5 p.m. that day. All right, now I'd like to open it up to community outreach. This is a 30-minute time period allocated for public comment on any consent agenda item or topic not on this agenda. Each speaker is allowed up to 3 minutes to address the commission. Speakers should approach the podium, identify themselves, and direct comments to the chair.
Thank you, Commissioners, for allowing us to speak. I represent the Bikemen of Flagler County, a volunteer charity bike shop that has worked in Flagler County since 2014. Some of our volunteers are here tonight to help support this. We are pleading with the county to help us find a new location for the bike shop. We are presently running out of time. Our lease is up at the end of this year, and it will not be renewed at the location we're at. We are looking for 2,000 square feet of space, including all workshop operations. We are willing to share this space with any other organization if the space is oversized. We started with Flagler County in 2014 working for Christmas Come True. We worked for them for 3 years. And then 3 years later, we started working for the Sheltering Tree, followed by the Family Life Center, Samaritan Ministries, Flagler County Sheriff's Office, the PAL, numerous other law enforcement agencies, including the City of Bunnell and the City of Flagler Beach. We work with many of the ministries and recovery groups, providing 2,500 bikes a year. The bikes are all donated in. My volunteers here repair them until they're fully working, and then we put them back out for distribution. We need your help. We need a new location. We've submitted some ideas and some thoughts. We're yet to hear back to see if any of them are viable and when we could start building the new shop. It will take us about 2 to 3 months to actually work the shop up, but we need to be ready and going by October, because as the Christmas season approaches, we have another obligation with Christmas Come True once again. We thank you for your time, and we hope you'll consider our need.
Thank you, sir.
Who are you who are you dealing with at the county? I know you're sending emails to us, but do you have a point person?
No,
at the
I don't.
county?
I've been waiting to hear back to see if there's a point person we can deal with to look at some of the locations we suggested.
We've been discussing it internally. I'll get back with them.
Okay, thank Adam.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, guys.
Poor Adam. Gets everything.
Any other speakers for anything on the consent agenda or not on this agenda tonight? All right, seeing none, I'll close community outreach. Okay.
Consent agenda too?
Consent agenda, yes.
Yeah. Good evening, Darlene Shelley, Palm Coast. I sent y'all an email today requesting that a few items get pulled from the consent agenda because they're very serious issues that I think require more than just a quick pass-through on a consent agenda. Very serious issues that have implications for local residents and communities, potentially that could harm public safety, health, and welfare, quality of life, property values, and the health of our families and children. I would like you to consider polling for more discussion. I believe you said you were already going to pull 7G. but 7F is a very serious issue regarding topics that I've been bringing to you for years now. It really needs more discussion. It needs more transparency. It regards putting a new fuel farm at the Flagler Airport. The map that is in the agenda is upside down, and you can't read any of the words that are on it. There's no survey. There's no current environmental assessment. There is no current approved airport master plan that I can get my hands on that was approved by Flagler County Board of Commissions. Flagler County spent an enormous amount of money on studies and surveys, paying hundreds of thousands of dollars, but it was never approved in this forum. Yet, the information in that has been used in FAA grant agreements, FDOT grant agreements, no survey. When you search the airport, you cannot find a definitive number on how big it is, where the boundaries are. Is it 1,145 square miles? Or is it 1465? Nobody knows, because all of those grant applications use information that was either estimated or goes all the way back to the year 2009. So I know that you're working on a new airport master plan. This should be tabled until that is completed. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right, seeing none, we'll close public comment this round, and we'll move on to the consent agenda items. Any commissioners, any consent items you'd like to discuss? Not pull, but discuss first, or have questions on? Yes, sir.
7C, on the Bull Creek lease.
Okay.
The lease terms state, and this is just a general question, that the leasee has the option to 90 days prior to give notice if they plan to renew. Doesn't state whether, and I guess here's the question, is that enough? Is that notice going to be enough for us to have a discussion at the commission level about and review the 5 years? Or do we need to put something in there that brings it back to us at the end of the 5 years for a workshop review of that 5-year term?
Right.
So we can see how they're doing, what their profit margins are. I'm thinking, at the end of 5 years, is that the time we switch to a profit margin type of thing, or do we? I just thought at the end of 5 years, I wouldn't want to let it slip, because at times we've had automatic renewals slip by us and get automatically renewed.
Yeah, I saw they put in there about liquor sales, where they get to, a portion of the liquor sales if they get a liquor license. So does anybody have any issue with adding a review prior to a renewal, just in case things
Right, at the end of the
significantly
5
change and
years,
you want
we
to be
could
able
put
to
it-
negotiate it?
Yeah, we could
Yeah.
put a date, like
Yeah.
6 months prior would be
So they have time
March
to work
1.
through it? I don't have an issue with it. Does anybody have an
Do we
issue?
need to pull it and add that language?
It's 90
Well, I think
days
that's
in
the
there.
problem with the other ones. I think maybe they're asking, do you want to be able to look rather than auto-renew? Would you rather a future board? We don't want to hold them up in case things have significantly changed in the area, and they may want to look at it.
I would question the 5 years. Would we not want to do it midway through that contract, or annually, or quarter, I don't know. We never said more than under 5 years. That
Right.
was written in the contract.
It would
I'm
be
not looking to change the terms. Those have been kind of negotiated at this
Okay.
point, but it was just the addition of
a workshop.
An automatic notice for the board to hold a workshop 6 months prior to kind of evaluate.
What's working, what's not working.
You want to do that with the other two restaurants also?
If they're currently under contract, we're not, unless you open them up, but
Well, same contract.
They got renewals.
yeah. I think it could just be some type of tickler system where we can bring them up and review them. This was one way of kind of putting a stopgap in there so it would come back.
Yeah. I'm okay with it, because I don't know what that area is going to look like 5 years from now, and I would
Right.
hate to not allow a future board an opportunity to workshop through issues. Maybe there's issues if there's liquor sales in the area. Boat parking's already a problem. So I have no issue with having some sort of verbiage in there about having a workshop for a future board to have 6 months prior, and that gives the tenant time to, work out their issues they may have with the county as well.
Mr. Rodriguez, how would you like us to handle that?
If you want to include that time frame for a review, so we could have it be it's going to have to be a clause in the lease. So we'd have to bring it out, add it as a clause, present it to the tenant as something that's a new term that's now being added for it to be negotiated before we bring it back.
Not
to
within
you.
the renewal clause.
However, it's going to be a new additional clause within the lease that if there's going to be a review on the part of the county, setting a time 6 months prior to the automatic renewal, because it's right now the only option is with the lessee to renew
Right.
the automatic term after the 5 years, and they've got 90 days to give notice. And you're looking at this county to meet prior to doing the math.
I mean, it could be the 90 days.
90 days
even,
prior to the
just-
90 days. So you're looking at 180 days prior to the end of the term. The county will have a meet to review the matters. But the question, though, is that the option is still solely with the lessee. So you can provide any of that, but if the lessee elects to continue their option, then you're opening the door for perhaps having to renew the lease or renegotiate terms of the lease at the time of that renewal. And any amendments to the lease have to be done with the cooperation of both parties.
Anybody else with ideas?
I know what you're saying, but I don't know.
I mean, we
It could be an
can,
addendum, right?
the alternate would be just to have a reminder system in place, because it'll be a different commission, different people, and without the shared memory.
Sounds like we need like a policy set for any of our leases.
It should have been there already.
Would you want more discussion, or just going to pull it and have this discussion?
So if we pull it or change anything, we got to go back. She's already signed it, everybody's already
Right,
signed
that's
it.
right, because
and
we're
executed.
adding a new term to the lease, and that way that's an amendment that's got to be agreed to. Now, if you want to set a county policy that you want to examine every lease and set a date of 180 days prior to the lease term expiring, that the county will look at all its leases and review for these matters, and then if certain issues come up, then those are to be presented to your lessor, your
I think that's what
tenants.
I'm trying to
I think
accomplish.
that's what.
Then
I think
that
would be
that
good
would
for
we
all
can-
of
That's the
it.
key.
Yeah, we can have that fall outside of
I'll
the,
do that
I think
at
that
the
fall
end.
outside of the lease terms is the general county policy to review leases, commercial leases in which the county is the landlord.
I think we can discuss it in commissioner comments. That might be the direction to go for
Thank you.
all future boards.
Forgive me that
No.
leeway. Thank you.
It needs to happen. Okay. Any other items for discussion before I ask you for items?
Yeah,
to pull?
I have a question or comment. I did receive the demand email from Ms. Shelley regarding the pulling of 7F. I personally don't like getting these at the 12th hour before, as I'm preparing for my meetings. I did, however, reach out to staff, and we did get a very thorough response. This item came before us June 16th of 2025, during our regular meeting, we accepted the FDOT design grant. And then again in April of 2026, the board approved the work authorization to begin work and design. So I think at this point, it would fall short of us not to continue through this process. I would also like to note for the record that this is not a fuel farm. I would like to note for the record that Wawa has 3 tanks, and the 3 tanks total 20, 40, 60, 64,000 gallons, some diesel, some ethanol. I'd like to also note that BJ's warehouse has 20, 40, 60, 64,000 gallons. Racetrack has 60,000 gallons. So I don't think that the argument here to pull this item or to get more. We do have a airport master plan, although it's old, we do have one. These tanks have been identified by FDOT as being too old, so we had to take some action, and this is the action that we took. So therefore, after reading the demand letter and getting the information, I'm not going to pull this item.
Okay, any other comments? Any items want to pull for discussion on the consent? Mr. Dance?
No.
Ms. Carney?
No.
Ms. Richardson?
No.
And Mr. Hanson?
No.
All right, entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Carney, a second by Mr. Dance. All those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No. Hearing none, we will move to, we have no general business this evening. Sorry, let me look here. We need to wait till 5:30? Okay. I'm going to take a 5-minute break. We have to wait till 5:30 before we can hear quasi-judicial, so we'll be back at 5:30. Thank you.
Quasi-judicial until 9B.
Oh, 9.
All right, now we're moving on to items 9. This is our public hearings. The first one, item 9A, is legislative. It is a request for a future land use map amendment greater than 10 acres from agriculture and timberland and commercial low intensity to mixed use high intensity on Seminole Woods Boulevard. Hello, Chuck.
Good evening, Chair, members of the board. This is an application for a future land use map change, greater than 10 acres. It's actually 119 acres. And the amendment is to go from agricultural and timberlands and a piece of commercial low intensity to mixed use high intensity. 2 parcels involved. The applicant is MPC Lots LLC. It went to the planning board. Flip it. Thank you, Simone. It went to the planning board. I believe the first one was in January. There was lack of quorum. It went back, and it was approved on February 10th. We actually have a slide here to show that public notice was preserved. The evidence is up on the slide that it was preserved till today from the March hearing. Let's see the location. Hold on. Location of the property is just west of Seminole Woods Boulevard. It's a little over a mile from US 1, and you can see the 2 parcels that are the subject parcels. The existing land use is the ag timberland, and there, I believe, is 11 acres of commercial low intensity. Next slide is the Palm Coast future land use. So it's surrounded by residential. Also, you can see the commercial in the corridor to the right. Palm Coast land use map. Our zoning map, it's had a placeholder of agricultural on the zoning. The next application is for the rezoning to a PUD. This is for the land use. The City of Palm Coast zoning map, you can see the master plan development to the north. Also, some single family to the west. Flood zone, not in a flood zone, has some depressional soils, the little purple areas. Also, the wetland maps showing some areas of wetland, not a lot, but you can see the green areas. And this is the comparison between the current and what is proposed. You can see the dark blue is the mixed use high, and that replaces the commercial low in the ag and timberland. I'm going to let Simone take over. She's the project manager for this application, and she's our principal planner.
Simone Kenny, planner. So the specific request is the future land use map amendment from ag and timberlands and commercial low intensity to mixed use, high intensity, medium to high density. Again, there's 2 parcels totaling about 119 acres. And this FLUM amendment is accompanied by a parcel-specific limiting policy that would limit the density to an average of 7 units per acre, and that would be the same density as our mixed-use, low-intensity future land use category. So some questions were raised about that, so I wanted to provide a comparison of our mixed-use low intensity to our mixed-use high intensity. Mixed-use low has a maximum density of 1 to 7 units per acre and a maximum intensity, so that's how we regulate non-residential uses, for floor area ratio of 0.2. And then the list of permitted uses includes lower intensity, professional, office, neighborhood, commercial uses, and it specifically does not allow for shopping centers. Our mixed-use high-intensity, medium, high-density land use category permits for 3 to 10 units per acre and an intensity of 0.4 floor area ratio. And it specifically allows for general office and general commercial uses, including that shopping center use. So one question was raised as why did the applicant have that parcel limiting policy to reduce the density down to 7, or why did they come in with mixed use high intensity? Initially, when they first met with staff in the pre-application meetings, they did want to do the mixed use low intensity. However, part of their intent for that commercial area in the southwest corner is for a shopping center and grocery store. So that one specific use is what triggered them to have to apply for mixed use high intensity. And so they did that with the parcel limiting policy to bring the density back down to the density of the mixed use low category. And then we will see in the subsequent application that through their development agreement with the PUD rezoning, they've actually brought the floor area ratio back down to 0.2 as well. So really the main difference for this specific project is that shopping center with the grocery store. So as part of our future land use amendments, we have to provide the analysis on the worst case scenario. And so with the proposed future land use amendment, and in this, remembering that in this application, that PUD development restriction to bring the floor area ratio from 0.4 to 0.2 does not apply. So this analysis is still based on that 0.4 floor area ratio. That we would have a net increase of about 382 units and a net increase in about 685,000 square feet of commercial area. So overall, that's a net increase of 1,153 people to the population. That's a net increase in about 4,800 daily trips. That's an increase in about 420,000 gallons of potable water demand, an increase in about 370,000 gallons of sanitary sewer impacts, and a net increase of about 18,000 pounds of solid waste. So that in turn, again, increases our demand for our parks and recreation by about 1,100 people, and increases the demand on our educational facilities by 100 students. And that was using the 2024 student generation rate. So we can kind of highlighting the changes. This is for a FLEM amendment to amend 108 acres of ag and timberland and about 11 acres of commercial low intensity to 120-ish acres of mixed use high intensity. Again, the staff analysis was based on the worst case scenario, utilizing the 60% residential and 40% commercial requirement of that future land use category. So that comes out to about 71 acres of residential. They proposed attached and detached single family residential and multifamily, capped at an average of 7 units per acre, which ultimately comes out to 502 dwelling units. That's also about 47.6 acres of commercial, including that shopping center, calculated at 0.4 FAR, is about 829,000 square feet. Again, as we'll see through the subsequent rezoning, they're proposing to limit that to a FAR of 0.2, which would ultimately come out to 414,000 square feet of commercial. And then the project must also include at least 25% open space, so that'll be about 30 acres. So this future land use map amendment is a precedent to the next application, which is the PUD rezoning. The subject property is an enclave. It's bordered by Grand Landings along its north and west boundaries and the Cascades development and a school board parcel to the west. Both Grand Landings and Cascades were initially part of the unincorporated part of the county and were reviewed and approved by the county and subsequently annexed into the city of Palm Coast. Again, this item was originally heard at the December 9th, 2025 Planning and Development Board meeting. At that time, it was continued, the board requesting feedback from the city of Palm Coast on the traffic study and the city's overall view on the project. The January 8th, 2026 meeting was canceled the day of due to a lack of quorum, and so it was ultimately finally heard at the February 10th, 2026 meeting, where it received a unanimous recommendation of approval. During that continuance period, we did receive comments back from the city of Palm Coast talking about availability of water supplies and public facilities, requiring the applicant and developer to secure potable water and sanitary sewer reservation of capacity. They have obtained that capacity letter from the city of Palm Coast. They had some additional comments sort of requesting limiting policies to include, to limit the density and intensity. They suggested perimeter landscape buffers and similar lot widths and lot sizes as adjacent residential developments. They requested that the non-residential commercial development be located near the Seminole Woods Boulevard frontage. And then they concluded that there is adequate roadway capacity to accommodate the proposed land use and zoning changes by the daily trips, and that site-specific improvements, such as whether turn lanes or intersections are needed, would be determined later on. We've had some questions just pertaining to compatibility and if we have any language in our comprehensive plan or land development code. We have policy A162, which states that the county shall implement its comp plan through its land development regulations, which again is our LDC, to protect residential neighborhoods from encroachment by incompatible land uses such as commercial and industrial development. This type of protection may be required as part of our LDC. It encourages standards for natural and planted landscape buffers, and that less intensive office, commercial, or industrial uses be located adjacent to residential development, and that the more intense uses be located further away. And that is essentially what the applicant has proposed with their conceptual plan, that the shopping center be located in the very southwest corner with the multifamily on the west, so that it's not abutting the existing single-family residential to the east. And then we have policy A168, that mixed land use areas shall be shown on our land use map, and that we should utilize buffers, density transitions, and other techniques to ensure that incompatible land use situations will not be created. And then finally, in our land development code itself, we do have a requirement for a 10-foot landscape buffer for uncomplimentary land uses. So your options as the board are one, to approve project 2025080073, the transmittal of the future land use map amendment from ag and timberlands and commercial low intensity to mixed use high intensity with that parcel limiting policy, reducing the density to 7 units per acre, finding that the amendment is consistent with the comp plan. Or you can deny the project, finding that it is not consistent with the comprehensive plan. Or you can determine that more information is needed and continue the request to a time and date certain. With that, I'll close out, awaiting any questions or comments from the board. Submit the report for the record. The applicants are here in person themselves, and I believe they also have a presentation.
We'd like the applicant to come forward. Do you have a presentation?
Good evening. Michael Cimento for the applicant and owner MPC Lots. Thank you all for having us here tonight. We've been through this for a little over a year, both working with the city of Palm Coast and your staff. There's been significant revisions over that period of time in response to staff's concerns, but also you'll see in our presentation some of the community concerns that were voiced at neighborhood meetings and planning board. So I want to say, Simone, nice job. Been working with you, and great command of everything. So this is Seminole Woods. We went through this. This is a mixed-use project, and what we mean by mixed use is it's a mixture of residential and non-residential uses, some commercial and including the assisted living facility parcel that we have identified. Existing today, which is important, shows that this is ag, timberland, but also commercial. Some of you that remember the history of Palm Coast becoming incorporated and what wasn't incorporated in Palm Coast, this was one of those pieces. And so we'll get into it in just a second about the history. So it's a remnant piece that is agriculture, but we're also asking that this be changed to mixed use high intensity, as we talked about, as Simone brought up before. Again, this is the present zoning. So you can see, even though the piece to the left, which is owned by the Flagler County School District for a future school, it's still zoned agriculture, and that's what I mean, one of these remnant pieces. So this is, in my words, kind of cleanup of 40 or 50 years of planning between Palm Coast and the county. Again, this is a mixed use, low intensity. We have reduced the residential intensity and the commercial intensity down to equal that of what your comp plan calls for, low intensity. And as Simone said, the reason we applied is because we think that there's a great opportunity for a shopping plaza there. So we're looking to bring to fruition what we call the historic plan of this area. So why does this matter? We know that Palm Coast is growing and Flagler County is growing over the years. And this is an opportunity to put the plan in place and put a mixed-use property here so that people in the region don't have to travel all the way to Target or Publix or now BJ's or maybe even Walmart to get their daily needs. It'll reduce trip lengths along Seminole Woods, and it'll help the community with traffic. So one of the things that we talk about together is what is Palm Coast planned for? A lot of you have been around for some time. I know Mr. Dance's family's been around for quite a long time, and the incorporation of Palm Coast. And if you all recall, Palm Coast became a city or not a city, but first passed their plan of development in 1972 in cooperation with the state and federal governments. And what they planned was a city of at least 250,000 people that had nodes around the community so that people didn't have to travel from the north end to the south end to get their goods. This is the approved plan of Palm Coast from 1972. And you can see in there the different types of shapes and colors. And I draw your attention to the red. And those are the commercial nodes. And I'll draw your attention to the Bunnell Airport and look south of there, and there's a large red node there. And when we look at the plan, it calls for commercial and community to support the community and their needs. This is sort of a blow-up of where we're looking at. And again, when we hyper-focused, for those of you who are familiar with the area, this red node in 1972 was identified as commercial for the community. So the idea of having commercial in this sector of Palm Coast or the county, whichever it was at that time, it has been a plan for over 50 years to have a mixed-use commercial component to the area to provide the residents so that they don't have to travel all the way back up to State Road 100. Now, in 1999, a lot of you know that Palm Coast became a city, and as part of their city, they had to adopt a comprehensive plan. And this is a segment of their comprehensive plan through this past year when they adopted their new one. And if you look generally to this right, there is a commercial area with a circle around it. And that's called what Palm Coast called a village center, and there's a little excerpt as to what a village center is. So even the Palm Coast comprehensive plan, in addition to the ITT historical plan, has always planned for commercial and mixed use in this area, again, so that the neighbors and the people in that part of the community don't have to travel as far to get their day-to-day needs. So in summary, we can see that this has been the plan for over 50 years to provide this type of development in the area. Strangely enough, last month, the city of Palm Coast did their housing study, and I know some of you have been watching that, and it was interesting for us to read what was important in their housing needs. And according to their housing needs study, you can read up here that the housing stock is heavily weighted towards single family, and we need to start providing different forms of home ownership or residential opportunities. And one of the things that this study pointed out was that specifically recommends mixed-use centers. And obviously the reason is because that is good planning, as we saw in 1972 when ITT had that plan approved by both the state and the federal government, Palm Coast's comprehensive plan up until this time. And now this kind of reinforces that this area needs a mixed use. So what are we doing here? We're providing single-family, multifamily assisted living options adjacent to commercial opportunities so that people don't have to drive as far, including those people who live in that property, but also those who may live across the street or in the area. So over that period of time, we've hired a professional planner to come in and say, what would you do at this property? And this is what the professional planner put forth and we have presented to staff. So as you can see, again, this is a mixed use. There's a commercial component up front, and that is presently zoned commercial. We're just bringing it into a master plan development so that it's all interrelated. The other non-residential component is the ALF up front. And then as we move further to the north, adjacent to the existing neighborhood, we have townhomes and single family and then multifamily on the left. So we've really thought about planning, buffers, compatibility, and how does a real good mixed use community work, not only for itself, but to service the area as we've planned for the last 50 years. This is another drawing that we put forth for you all to show how the adjacent property owners may be affected, particularly when it comes to open space and buffers. What this will show you all is that just about everywhere adjacent to the property, there are buffers and undeveloped land, or if the land isn't in buffers or conservation easements, it's owned by the county or the school district. So if we look up to the north part of the property, which is Grand Landings, you'll see a lot of that light pink. Those are conservation areas. So what's there today will remain in conservation. That is owned and managed by the Grand Landings HOA. So I'd say that they are in control of protecting those view sheds for those residents. So as we move down to the south along the eastern side, again, there's another component that is undeveloped. That's part of the PUD. Now, for some reason, it wasn't part of the plat, I don't know, but it doesn't have access to anything, so I'm not sure what that developer is going to end up doing. But again, it's all undeveloped, and as we move further south, those homes along the southeast corner are buffered not only by open space, but by a lake. So we spent a lot of time, again, listening to your staff, listening to the community about not being able to see this development from their backyard, which is quite common, and I think we've done an excellent job. One of the things that you'll see here that we'll get into is additional buffers that aren't required, or we've gone above and beyond at the request of your staff. Part of this process, as you heard, the planning board said, hey, what does Palm Coast think about this, right? And so we spent time, I think it was December through about March, I can't remember when this is, or January, where your staff took the project and provided their staff review to the city of Palm Coast, and it went through their process. And you can see the letter attached here is that the city of Palm Coast has done a review from the planning perspective. And I've tried to highlight there what can't be read, is it says the city concurs with Flagler County staff analysis. So they reviewed your staff analysis and agree that this project is consistent with your comp plan and moving forward. The other thing that they looked at is that everybody is concerned about is traffic. And so the city of Palm Coast obviously runs traffic counts in that area, I think on a every other year basis. And so based upon their traffic counts and our traffic study that we provided to you all, that there's plenty of roadway capacity. I always say that, you know, we all know that there's going to be more traffic, but that doesn't mean that there's a traffic failure or a problem. So not only does staff agree with, city staff agree with your county staff's analysis, but they also reviewed the traffic. The other thing that we do that we know is a big concern to our elected officials in the community is developing concurrent with infrastructure needs. There's been discussions about whether we've overdeveloped and there is or is not capacity. And so one of the things that we did at the request of your staff is we got utility availability. And so what that letter is we take the project and we send it to Palm Coast because they're going to be the service provider for water and sewer, and we get them to give an analysis. And they've confirmed that there is capacity. When we go to that point in time, we'll have to go through more detailed engineering and reserve capacity, but that's a whole process that development gets into when they get into site plans and platting. So as of right now, what we know is that the plan is consistent with the historical plans for the area. We also know that the city of Palm Coast has taken a look at this in addition to your staff and agrees with where we're at as of right now. So there has been conversations about some people as, hey, why don't you go annex into Palm Coast, right? Well, I draw to your attention what we call the Water Wars Agreement. So as you guys have heard, this applicant does a lot of work with Flagler County over the last 20, 30, 40 years, and they've elected not to annex, to continue doing business with the county. They're very comfortable. Now, the Water Wars Settlement Agreement, some of you may recall that this was probably a year to a year and a half of litigation between the county and the city. Hundreds of thousands of dollars were spent. And what was it over? It was over not forcing a property owner to be forced into annexing to Palm Coast. And this property is part of that Water Wars Agreement that says, hey, Palm Coast, you can't force these people to annex in. Not just our property, but many other properties. And so that is the intent of what the county did to protect this property owner in particular from being forced to annex. And we have not declared that we want to be annexed into Palm Coast. So these are the things that we go through in our analysis to address Palm Coast annexation comments that we heard from the public. And one of the things that the city asked us to do also was, if this is approved on first reading, will you all craft an agreement that we'll call it a pre-annexation agreement that says, God forbid, if and only if this property ever were to be sought to be annexed into the city of Palm Coast, that you shall not ask for any additional entitlements. So we've agreed to do that at their request, and if this is passed tonight on first reading, because again, it comes back in about 60 days for a second reading, that we'll work with the city of Palm Coast to protect that concern of them as well as some of the residents in the area. So as you heard from Simone, we had 2 planning board meetings, and at the February planning board meeting, unanimously, your PLDRB approved this 6-0. They evaluated it, and they had no comments or recommendations to the board. So they have seen the entire project. They saw the city of Palm Coast evaluation, and they gave it the thumbs up unanimously. So there has been some concerns and questions by people about compatibility. I don't know if you all have been informed of the new law on the books about compatibility and how you evaluate it. Technically, the law in Florida now says that local governments can't deny based on compatibility unless they have standards that allow applicants to meet and try to change their plans. So that became effective on the books, I think it was in May, by the governor. You all do not have to start implementing it until, I think, January 1, but there is a process that you all are going to be going through to develop those standards. So is it applicable today? I think in concept, and we'd like to say in good faith, that we should evaluate these concepts of compatibility. And so we've taken a hard look at this, given the community concerns and your staffs. So again, we look at compatibility issues. This has been undoubtedly historically planned. For 50 years, this area is supposed to have a mixed-use project. We talked about what's adjacent to us. Well, strangely enough, we are compatible with Grand Landings. And do you know why? Grand Landings is also a mixed-use project. It has residential, it has commercial, it has open space, it has multifamily, it has single family. So again, Grand Landings is a mixed use, and our mixed use against their mixed use PUD, obviously we would consider to be compatible. For those people who didn't know at the planning board, you don't think about it because, again, it hasn't come online yet, but there's 150,000 square feet of commercial approved at Grand Landings, and in their PUD, their buffer between the commercial and the residential, I think, is only 10 feet. And you heard us, we've added additional buffers in that situation. Talked about the new law, talking about compatibility. And so Simone did a great job. I was going to bring it up, but your PUD, your land development code and your comprehensive plan talks about situations like this where we have land uses that are different, adjacent to each other, that they can be compatible. And what we do to make them compatible is we do design. And that's why we have a PUD here in front of you to deal with buffers. An example might be adding an additional 25-foot buffer on our property, as is in the PUD, where your code only requires a 10-foot. So we're going above and beyond to try to address this compatibility issue. So since the planning board, we were supposed to come back to you all in April, I believe, and we asked to be tabled to time certain today because the applicant and their planner and your staffs wanted to go back and address some of the concerns that were voiced by the public. And so we're just going to go through some of those changes that were made from the April PUD to the one today. So drainage, everybody's concerned about drainage and flooding, and so what we did is we went back into the PD and we now have a requirement that everything has to be curb and gutter. It's not swales like you see in Palm Coast, because that apparently has issues. And all the stormwater on our site has to stay on our site before it is then discharged into the city's major swale system, which goes out to the intercoastal. We're obviously required to comply with both state and federal law. So we went back and beefed up the drainage sections and are willing to talk about that if it's necessary. To deal with the compatibility, obviously there were some concerns that this might be too intense for the region, and so we dropped the FAR, which is floor area ratio, basically dealing with the commercial. We cut it in half. We went down to 0.2, which Simone talked about. So we've dropped the theoretical maximum commercial that could be used on this site. So we've talked about the community was concerned about some uses that they didn't think were appropriate for the region, even though it's permitted under your code. So these were some of the things that were mentioned, and we've removed them. We've talked about the buffers. We added a 25-foot buffer to our property, in addition to all that area that is in conservation and undeveloped that already screens our property. We've reduced the height on our property down to 45 feet in those areas, where under your code, it's 65 feet. We talked about the buffer again, and so we're doing things as is required in your code to meet compatibility and address the concerns of the citizens of what am I going to see. One of the big things that you all have to deal with is obviously the airport and those issues, and so it was requested by staff that we give specific, very bold notice to our purchasers that they're adjacent to an airport. So we've agreed to put all those not only in contracts but in our CC&Rs so that it gives full disclosure to future purchasers that they're in the airport area. Talk about environmental preservation. Now, excuse me, these aren't additional things that we added, but they are things that were in there that we're doing. So we're complying with your code. We talked about open space. We have a minimum of 25% open space, so that's roughly about 30 acres of this site will remain in open space. So in summary, this is what we've done. We've addressed the transportation issues that mostly concern people. We have made sure that all the stormwater stays on site through curb and gutter, and that as we develop into the future, not only is it in the PD, but you all understand that it's required by both state and federal law that concurrency is there and that water, sewer, roads are available not after development, but at the time of development, and there's a whole process that we're required to go through. So in summary, we think this project brings to fruition the vision of Flagler County and Palm Coast in this region so that we can provide neighborhood and shopping opportunities to those people in the region so that they don't have to drive. As we discussed before, it'll preserve trip lengths, it'll help us with our roads, it'll help us with our utilities, and we're doing our best to preserve some of the environmental features that may or may not exist on the property. So that's the conclusion of our presentation. We have our owners here today. We have our traffic engineer to answer any questions that you have. We can stay and answer questions directly for you, or we can wait till after the public and then come up and answer those. Pleasure's yours.
Thank you, sir. Board, would you like to hear public comment first, bring up your issues, or
Good with comment.
would you like to do public comment first? Would you be okay with that? And then we'll bring you back to answer any questions.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah,
They
I
never
can
look at
hear
us.
him. I can hear Mr.
never
Hanson.
look
You're
at
like right here.
I did the same thing.
I'm gonna swap you out. Okay, so what we're gonna do right now is we're gonna open item 9A, which is legislative, for public comment. 3 minutes per speaker, 5 minutes if you are speaking on behalf of a group. Just approach the podium and identify yourself and direct comments to the chair.
I'm James, excuse me.
A little loud.
My name is James Carlin. I'm a resident of Grand Landings. Speaking in regard to this development, I appreciate some of the concessions they've made on our concerns. 25 feet, double that to 50, I'll be impressed. That'll show that you really care about giving some break between these communities
please.
and preserving the environment. That would mean something to us, okay? Because we're worried about the environment. We have a new development going on right behind our development, and it's cut into the woods to the point where you can see completely through the woods. And it matters, not just to our quality of life, but it matters to the environment itself. And I understand that he made a very big point about keeping the drainage on their land. The water that is on their land stays on their land, and then they get rid of it. That's important. Okay, that's one of the concerns we have had in Grand Landings. Where's all this rainwater going to go when you start paving over and creating commercial zones? Lastly, before I sit down, I noticed the land to the left is slated for our educational needs. Okay? We want to put a shopping center in with possible alcohol sales right next to a school. I mean, if we're going to use this land for education, I don't want alcohol sold right next to a school. So, there are more concessions that need to be considered here than just, yes, you can put a store there, and no, you can't. We need these lands for more than things other than the next Target or the next Walmart. We're going to have plenty of those. So we need to be a little bit concerned about the future needs of our education department as well when we start talking about letting liquor sales go on right there. That's all I had to say. I do thank them for their concessions, though. We could use some more.
Thank you, sir.
Members of the board, fellow residents of Flagler County, on behalf of the concerned citizens of Palm Coast,
Just state your name again.
Darlene Shelley, Palm Coast. The future land use map flume amendment from agricultural and timberlands and commercial low density to mixed use high density does not conform to the Flagler County Comprehensive Plan, the Emerging Vision 2050 framework, and land development codes compatibility standards, or the public benefit requirement that should guide our growth. Flagler County's comprehensive plan with ongoing updates towards 2050 emphasize a clear vision, balancing rural conservation with urban growth while protecting our agricultural heritage, our natural resources, and our rural character, especially in Western Flagler County. The agricultural and timberlands designation covers a vast majority of western lands intended for farming, silviculture, low-density rural uses, and preservation of working landscapes. Changing this to mixed-use, high-intensity, which allows significantly higher residential densities, up to 7 to 10 units per acre, plus intensive commercial and mixed developments, directly undermines these foundational goals and compatibility requirements. The plan's guiding principles stress protecting agricultural lands, preventing incompatible land use patterns that eliminate existing rural and agricultural activities, and avoiding urban sprawl that strains infrastructure and services. High-intensity mixed use introduces traffic, noise, lighting, and density incompatibility with surrounding agriculture and low-density single-family residents. The Land Development Code requires rezonings and flume changes to demonstrate compatibility with adjacent uses, including impacts on traffic, environment, character, and public services. A leap from low-intensity agricultural commercial to high-intensity mixed use fails this test, particularly without adequate buffers, infrastructure commitments, or evidence it fits the site's context. Vision 2050 and the ongoing comprehensive plan update reinforce this. Community input and draft elements prioritize preserving agriculture and agribusiness, sustainable growth that respects the rural character, diverse but context-sensitive housing. I'd like to have my extra 2 minutes, please, as I'm representing the concerned citizens of Palm Coast, which is over 1,000 local residents.
Okay.
Thank you. High-intensity development on ag timberlands risks fragmenting working landscapes, degrading aquifer recharge areas, and contradicting calls for geographical distribution, lower impact growth rather than concentrating intensity in rural zones. The plan favors efficient use of existing urban services and discourages patterns that increase costs for roads, water, sewers, and schools, and eroding our rural economy. Public benefit is a core requirement for such amendments. Proponents must show clear advantages to the community, such as substantial open space preservation, infrastructure upgrades exceeding minimums, or economic gains that outweigh losses to agriculture, rural character, and local home values. Vague promises of jobs or housing do not suffice when they come at the expense of prime ag timberlands, loss of wildlife habitat, potential traffic overloads, and long-term strain on county and city services. The comprehensive plan and LDC demand consistency with goals like concurrency for facilities, environmental protection, and maintaining a balance between rural conservation and targeted urban growth. This proposal falls short. We are not anti-growth. Flagler County needs responsible development that honors our Vision 2050, protecting what makes us unique. Productive farms, timberlands, rural communities, single-family homes, and a high quality of life is why we moved here. Approving this change sets a dangerous precedent, inviting further encroachment on agricultural designations, undermining the plan's intent. I urge you to deny this flume amendment, demand consistency with our comprehensive plan, compatibility under LDC, and genuine public benefits aligned with Vision 2050. Let's grow thoughtfully, preserving Flagler's
go.
rural source
Thank you.
for generations to come.
We've got to get everyone else
Thank
in
you.
on the time. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Robert Meyer. I live at 117 South Cooper's Hawk Way, and which is in Grand Landings. I'm kind of learning a lot of things tonight, listening to Mr. Tremondo relative to what Grand Landings is doing and what we feel like. I've been there since 2017. I have not, and I'm very active in the community. I have not heard one person say, God, I wish we had a supermarket down the street. Nobody says that. And of course, since then, there's even numerous things, BJ's, Publix is every place. So there's plenty of, there's no need by our community to want a commercial. Now, I was at the earlier review, and I know one of the things they did was a traffic review. And I raised the question at that time, but I noticed when he put the sheet up with the traffic and the amount of trips, it still has the same error. And just a quick example, if the original area where it has commercial of 11 acres, the trips was 13,956. That's what was presented. And when you went down to the newest, to the change, which went from 11 acres up to 47 acres, and went from 147 square feet to 829, which is an increase of 5 times. But the traffic due to the commercial only went from 13,956 to 14,735, or an increase of 779. Now, something has to be wrong to be able to increase a commercial area by 5 times and only increase the traffic by 779. And I noticed that's still in his document. So nobody's changed that. It was questioned back then. The other thing I want to mention real quick is the 45 feet high. A few years ago, he was a representative for Mr. Douglas, who many of you know, I'm sure. When we dealt with Grand Landings, Mr. Douglas agreed to reduce for the commercial buildings that he could build in the front to 35 feet. And my recommendation would be take it from 45 down to 35. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
I'd like to say something. I'm sorry.
I will just, yeah, if you want to speak, it's probably best to make a line. Also, Karen, you didn't start the public comment timer because it's limited to 30 on this. Yes, sir.
Yes,
Sorry.
hi. My name is Jim D'Agostino. I'm a resident of Grand Landings. Good evening, Commissioners. Most of you, probably all of you, ran on a platform of responsible development. This is about the most irresponsible development I can imagine. It is trying to fundamentally change the nature of of our neighborhood. We are a residential neighborhood. We are not a commercial one. I do understand that the low density, they do have ability to put some commercial in there. So let's leave it at that. Let's only give them what is currently allowed. There's no reason to grant them any more. He says he's like Grand Landings. There's no commercial on Grand Landings. No commercial. Let him build a development like Grand Landings. That might be better. What he's trying to do here is changing everything. Even though we made some concessions to buffer zones, but we need buffer zones with trees. We don't need a shopping center. It is ridiculous. People moved here to get away from that. If we wanted to, we'd go to town center. 45-foot high structures, they belong in town center. They don't belong here. A shopping center, no way. Buffer zones, good. I know there's some concession, needs to work with it. We'd like to see that plan before it goes through. All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Ronna Faircloth. I don't live in Grand Landings, but not far from there. We're off of Seminole Woods Boulevard.
Yes, ma'am.
And I can tell you, the traffic is already awful out there. I don't mind driving 4 or 5 miles to the store. I mean, I understand growth, but Florida's going to turn into California if we don't slow down. You know, I mean, it's kind of scary. But, and then another thing too is, and I know you did say y'all had the environmental stuff in with your plan there. We have a lot of wildlife that's being displaced. We have gopher tortoises that are supposed to be removed, and just the other day, there's a vacant lot beside of me, and that's a whole different can of worms, but so the guy was out there trimming it for this owner, which lives in New Jersey, and he was told nothing about moving the turtles. I have turtles that come up in my front yard and in my backyard, and I thought they were supposed to be protected species. He said, nobody told me. And I thought there was fines for that. I mean, and y'all might have that in place, you know, to move them, and that's great. But I can tell you, we have cracks in our roads already. I mean, it's crazy. to leave I mean, it's just unbelievable. The traffic just in the past probably year has just, it's like tripled. But anyway, that's all I have to say, as long as it's, and the buffer, honestly, 20 to 50, I'd say 50 feet, personally. You know, that's what I think. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi,
Hi.
I'm Sue Duffner. I live in Grand Landings, but this isn't about the people of Grand Landings. We have Dreamfinders building their whole new community, single-family homes. Next to them is the next community building single-family homes. Go further down towards Route 1, you have the S section, all single-family homes there. To put now a shopping center right smack in the middle of Seminole Woods, why? We have Route 100 that's growing leaps and bounds. We have Publix, Winn-Dixie. We have Publix going up Belterre. The new plaza that's going to be going on Route 1, where they wiped out all of the woods there. There's a Publix going there. It's 5 minutes one way, 5 minutes another way. I don't understand, honestly, to put a development like this on Seminole Woods, where you are literally surrounded by single-family homes. It doesn't matter what the development name is. You go down Citation, where they took all the woods there. They built another 2,000 homes in there. They're all single-family homes. You can drive 2 minutes to go to a grocery store. If you want to be able to walk, then you know what? Put your community on.
Speak in the microphone, please. Ma'am, you have to address comments to
I'm
me
sorry,
into the microphone.
I'm sorry. Put it
Thank
on
you.
Route 1, which is now starting to grow and expand. Put something like that there. Seminole Woods is a beautiful road. When you come off of 1, come off of 100, it's just a lovely small stretch of land. To think you want to dump a shopping plaza right there, I did see, they're not going to put a bowling alley there. They're not going to put a bar there. These types of things belong on a different kind of area. You're not dropping it in a P section. You're not putting it in the R section. You're not putting it where there's $1 million homes. Why would you want to take Seminole Woods and change it to something like this when it can just be put on another group of land? That's what we're all upset about. It's not the name of our complex. You got Dreamfinders that's building like rocket ship, and then the next and the next. Why would you want to do this? Why would you want to approve something like this when there's certainly other areas to do it? And there's a lot of still other areas that haven't been plowed down. But it also, I agree, our woods are disappearing. Our animals have nowhere to go. They're coming into our complexes looking for food now. The rodent population has increased because the woods are just disappearing. You can't just leave this amount of woods and expect that you're going to be able to save all the animals that live there. We're supposed to live side by side.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi,
Hi.
good evening.
I sent you an email earlier today.
You want to state your name for the record?
Yes, yes. So I have copies for everybody.
Can you pull the microphone to you just a
Oh.
little bit there? There you go.
Goodness gracious,
That'd be
sorry.
great. No, you're okay. Just state your name for the record.
My name is Liz Shanahan, and I live in Seminole Woods. Okay. I don't think this whole 9A and 9B are compatible with Seminole Woods. Neighborhood compatibility, Seminole Woods is over 95% medium and residential, medium and low-density residential. The proposed large-scale grocery store and apartments in the middle are inconsistent with the character of Seminole Woods. Unlike other connector roads that feature only small, what I call sprinklings of commercial in between, usually the commercial is at the ends of these connector roads. Such a development would be more beneficial for on like Route 1, and it would benefit the residents of Bunnell and Western Palm Coast. And I would like to know if anybody has considered the proposed Walmart going in on 100, which will add to the grocery stores, which is why we don't need one. Traffic, my concern is on the documents that I have included, I question the validity of the 2023 Palm Coast and 2025 Walsh surveys. The projected trips on the Walsh survey shows increases from 15% to 45%. The 2023 Palm Coast shouldn't be 2023. It says 2025. I can't find a 2025 in the documents. And what worries me the most is the projected trip increases are not included on the analysis. Seminole Woods Boulevard is not there. Every other street to 100, this way, that way is there, except Seminole Woods Boulevard. Density, I like to use a comparison for size. 11 acres, the commercial site is 10% larger than BJ's. Assisted living, 75% larger than Old Kings Road facility. Residential is a different story. The townhomes is smaller than Marabella Apartments at 19 acres. The 220 Apartments is 22 acres and 15% larger than the Marabella Apartments. So I asked the Commission to clarify if the developer intends to maintain these residential unit quantities or if they will request further increases later. There's also some other things that are in the document that I'm running out of time for, and I urge the Commissioners to rigorously evaluate the current water and sewage capacity before considering such a massive expansion. Although documents have been requested, they're not in the package that we prepared.
Thank you. Sorry. Oops. We want to get everybody in. We'll have comments too, possibly towards the end of the meeting.
Okay, thank you very much.
Open.
Hi, good evening. I'm Kyle Meyer. Hi, Leanne. I'm a woman, by the way. But thank you so much for replying to my email. I really appreciate that. That means a lot as a citizen that you're willing to get back to me, and I appreciate that. I am listening to everyone that came before me, and I guess I'm going to say that I concur with all of that. We moved to Seminole Woods Corridor because it was private and quiet and wonderful in a family location. We came to the planning board meeting in February with a packed room. People knew about it, heard about it. There were 400 verified signatures on a proposal of, please, thinking more about this, getting this possibly voted down. I will say that when Mr. Chimento mentioned that it was a unanimous 6-0 vote by the planning board, that is true. But I will tell you that it seemed very much like there was disinterest from the planning board. One man was practically asleep, and I don't know who it was. But the rest of the people in the room were adamantly, urgently concerned about this development. We think of our Seminole Woods corridor, and that includes Grand Landings, that includes the U section, the S section, all these new neighbors that we're going to have that are going to basically envelop behind this community. This community is going to be plunked down essentially like an Oreo center in the middle of all the other parts of the Oreo. I am wondering if Dreamfinders or Century are going to mention to potential buyers that this is going to impact them as well. Mr. Chimento also at the meeting said something to the effect when we were all telling everyone that we were very interested in living in a spot that was safe and quiet. Children are running everywhere. And he said, the Palm Coast, I'm paraphrasing, the Palm Coast that you knew is over. So I just wonder, when you think about your residents expressing concern, it's not a not in my backyard mentality. I'm sure that's maybe what it seems like. This is like taking a mini city and plunking it down in the middle of the W section. It doesn't fit. We don't need supermarkets. I can get anything I want on 100 or on 1, and that's what those roads were intended for. Seminole Woods is a residential area. This land has been sold. I don't pretend that the woods aren't going away. I'm not naive. But I think we need to think about how we are impacting the current residents of Palm Coast. I hear a lot about future. We're doing things for future residents. What about the people that are here? People that are in front of you, asking you as residents and as voters and as concerned citizens, we love the quality of life here, but it's starting to change. And sometimes I feel like we're not being heard, and I hope we will be. Thank you for your time.
5 minutes, please. I am representing some of my neighbors.
Are you an HOA or?
I am in an HOA, but I have some neighbors that could not be here, that cannot speak. I also just submitted a petition with over 700 signatures.
Okay, go ahead and read for
Verified.
5 minutes.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to point out
Can you
very
say your
quick-
name? I'm sorry for the record.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
Hi, I'm Lori Sugg, Grand Landings, 112,
Sugg, okay.
Wood Thrush. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Almost every time the applicant made his presentation and talked about, oh, there's mixed use here, there's mixed use there, there's mixed use, it's all low intensity in Grand Landings. The piece of land that's not being used and has never been built on is low intensity. I don't understand how they got from 0.4 to 0.2 in the intensity. If the only changes, he says he did changes for us, all of that was reported at the planning meeting and in the thing, okay? The 45 feet was already there before we complained, okay? The map from 1972, that little red piece, low intensity. Mixed use, low intensity, okay? Little family, little supermarket, little 7-Eleven, whatever. Not high intensity that they're doing. So don't be swayed when you hear mixed use, and you don't hear what kind of density and intensity it is with it. Okay, in addition, I'm going to go very quickly through some laws or whatever. Okay, so we're going to go. Land Development Code 3.0302. A mini city in a quiet residential quarter is an unjustified departure from this mandate. Planning departments notes in the backup read, compatibility based on Grand Landings is a mixed-use residential. There is a whole thing that they fill out, little answer. I don't know if they filled it out or she filled it out. They put, it's comparable because it's mixed-use residential. They didn't even put the word density in there, what type of density. So that is meaningless. Policy 1.1.2.2, comprehensive plan, permitted densities and intensities may be permissible in order to promote and encourage creatively planned projects and in recognition of special geographical features, environmental conditions, economic issues, or other unique situations. Some information that I believe justifies denying this application for rezoning to high-density mixed use and the associated PUD is related to the environmental and site design creative clustering. The developer uses policies 1.1.2.2 of the comprehensive plan, which allows deviations to encourage creative plan projects, which just means they squish all the apartments together, sideways this way to get it in there. Short answer is no. A policy designed for a master plan. Development is not a blank check. For a master plan development, it's not a blank check that automatically justifies a high-density planned unit development in the middle of an established residential neighborhood. The logic fails under the Flagler County Land Development Code. In Florida's legal consistency requirements, the policy could not supersede the fundamental requirement for compatibility. Flagler County LDC 3.0404. A PUD must be compatible with the character of the surrounding area. A PUD is an island of specific zoning. If that island introduces a mini-city into a sea of low-density residential, the developer is violating the scale and intensity requirements of the comprehensive plan, regardless of how creative their internal clustering is. PUDs are legislative graces, not rights. In Florida, a property owner has a right to develop under their existing zone. A PUD is a request for a change in the law. The developer is likely citing policies that apply to activity centers or growth centers, which he has. This is budded as the 119-acre site is not designated as an activity center in the future land use map. They cannot borrow policies meant for those high-growth areas to justify a high-density PUD in a residential buffer zone. Policy 1.1.1, the applicant's limiting policy that they're suggesting to add to the comprehensive plan, where they're saying they're going to have an average of 7. This is a policy. The Flagler County Comprehensive Plan requires a transition of land uses. The failure of jumping from 1 unit per acre to 7 units per acre plus heavy commercial is not a transition. It is an abrupt change in character. This makes the PUD legally inconsistent with the plan goals of protecting existing neighborhoods.
Thank you, Ms. Sugg.
Okay.
We're
Start
gonna-
there.
Okay. Jim Sugg, Palm Coast. The spot zoning trap. The rule zoning changes must benefit the public health, safety, and welfare of the whole community, not just the financial feasibility of one developer using a master plan development policy to bypass residential protections for a single 119-acre tract is a classic example of favoring one entity over another established community plan. Compatibility, Policy 101. Comprehensive plan developing must be provided a gradual transition, moving directly from gated single-family homes to high-density apartment blocks is an abrupt change that violates the requirements for a balanced land use transition. County Ordinance Number 2024-6, MPD and PUD, Section 129-132. Development along the perimeter shall be compatible with the adjacent existing development and shall provide for transition areas that ensure complementary character. The developer currently lays out a plat of 502 units and a shopping center in a single 119-acre block without stepping down the density at the northern and western edges is a direct violation of this specific ordinance. Operational incompatibility. Grand Landings is a quiet residential environment with minimal non-residential traffic. This 119-acre PUD proposes 830,000 square feet of commercial space that introduces external noise from delivery from trucks 24/7, parking lot light pollution, trash collection odors immediate adjacent to bedrooms and backyards. The Land Development Code is designed to prevent nuisances and land uses from bordering sensitive residential areas. Traffic and permeability issues. Grand Landings has a private gated roads designated for low-volume neighborhood traffic. The 119-acre pad is projected to generate 4,845 daily trips only during rush hour. That's what they measured, the rush hour. Even in the PUD doesn't connect directly to the Grand Landings private road, the massive influx of cars onto the shared Seminole Woods Boulevard creates a functional barrier. It turns a quiet residential quarter into a high-traffic urban arterial, fundamentally changing how Grand Landings residents' safety enters and exits their community. In addition, the traffic report does not base entire day traffic in their analysis as being considered as a high density. High-intensity commercial and apartment projects. There will be all-day traffic. There will be a lot of heavy-duty trucks and additional residential traffic from apartments. This will also affect our roads.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, you made it.
All right. And also, I've got a
Sir,
picture I want to send you
we've gotta
guys.
help the
No, I'm going to
folks.
talk of an American bald eagle
You had your time.
on my lake, okay? On my lake.
Thank you, thank you.
Is that on their study?
No. Sit down. Thank you.
Very compliant.
Hi, my name is Harriet Price. I'm a resident of Grand Landings. I moved here last year from California when I retired from my medical practice. Chose to live in Grand Landings after a long search for the primary reason of all the woodlands that is there. Every morning I can walk and see deer. I see wild turkeys, sandhill cranes, and I see a myriad of birds in my backyard. You will be changing the whole landscape of the community by adding this multi-use center there. Currently, I have been living there for 9 months. Traffic has doubled, if not tripled, just to leave the community. It's huge, a huge change. Furthermore, whatever arguments are used by the developer, do not use the argument of convenience. That is ridiculous. I am 5 minutes away from 5 large grocery stores. Everything I need is on Moody Boulevard. Please, do not use that argument. Please keep the woods in Seminole Woods.
No.
I'm Diane Bear, 112 Nighthawk Lane.
Do you want to pull that down a little so they can hear you? Go.
A short person joke.
You're Diane?
I'm Diane Bear. Yes. Ms. Richardson, Mr. Hanson, Ms. Pennington, Ms. Carney, and Mr. Dance. I'm not used to speaking in public, but I want to say I hope that you actually take the time to consider what's being said tonight, because this is very dear to all of us. And Seminole Woods is a boulevard. It's not open. It's not Belterre. It's not Palm Cars Parkway. It's not 100. It's a community with people. And I agree with a lot that's been said tonight. And if you haven't driven Seminole Woods, it's just when you come off of Husband, is it 100? When I turn off of Belterre or whatever onto Seminole Woods, it's 2 lanes. And when you get to the curve, before we get to Grand Landings, it opens up to 4 lanes. Are they providing the traffic light? Are they widening it to 4 lanes? And are you aware the school buses still actually stop on Seminole Woods and pick students up? So these are our concerns, and I appreciate your time, but I implore you to take the time tonight, not to decide tonight, but please talk it over. You affect all of us. We are all a part of this. We are all a part of Flagler County, and we don't want to just see everything bulldozed off to the brink of the next house. Okay, we need more than that. I thank you for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
No applause, no applause.
Yeah, we have to.
Raymond Royer. I petitioned that area pretty heavy and listened to the constituents in the future for my vote. The concern was, they're not really concerned, and you heard it today, they're not concerned about building homes. They're really upset about the density, the impact, and this is not bringing the same footprint to adjacent neighborhoods. You know, when I did that area, it was all residential. I didn't walk through a strip mall anywhere to get to anybody's house. Now, generally, there's probably going to be a gas station put somewhere in there, or some small little shop, probably a dollar store will go in there somewhere. You know, they're all over the place. But the residents really don't mind the home building. What I didn't hear tonight, though, from the builder was, I didn't hear anything about a dog park being put in that place, a park system, you know, like 15, 20-acre park system. You know, I keep talking about my son's development back in Texas. I mean, that developer doesn't have a strip mall in that development. It's 5,000 homes. He put a fire station in there, a police station in there, 2 daycares in there, and 3 community pools. I mean, he took the impact that we were trying to pay to bring a better standard of living, and yeah, he put a city within a city, but he didn't put no strip malls in there, none. Not even a restaurant, none. So he brought everything, the convenience, you want to talk convenience, yeah, they can go down to the pool, there's a workout room there, you know, they can go for a swim. One of the pools is actually for the children. One of the pools actually has a bar for the adults. It's adult swim only. It's a nice area. But growth is going to happen. I would think you would consider looking at the way it was laid out. It was laid out for low impact, and I would keep it that way, because then they're going to have to go back to the drafting board and probably only put about 4 houses on an acre, not 7. And then maybe they'll be able to put a park in there, and a dog park and all this other stuff that I was talking about earlier, and maybe even a community swimming pool. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right.
Evening, Matthew DiBella, South Cooper's Way, Grand Landings. I just have a quick question. For my own edification, what obligation does the county have to ensure that a parcel of land be developed in accordance with the builder's plan?
We answer questions after. We try to let you get through your
Okay,
entire
well,
through.
that's my question. And my understanding is you really don't. And if you don't, that means that the landowner has assumed the risk by purchasing that parcel of land, just like any other financial instrument. If I were to purchase a stock, a bond, or whatever other instrument, I'm assuming that risk. If I purchase land, I'm assuming the risk that I may or may not be able to develop. So I look forward to your answer.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? If not, we're going to bring it back to the board and have our comment and questions, and then we'll give you an opportunity to address everything, as well as I think there was some questions in there. If you don't mind me starting first, just so we can remember everything. Grand Landings, Chuck, remind me, it has commercial, right? I thought it had 150,000 square feet, maybe Simone remembers.
Yes, Grand Landing was entitled with 150,000 square feet of commercial.
Okay. Wait, please stop. They are entitled to 150,000 square feet of commercial inside Grand Landings. It's on the Seminole Woods front, correct?
Correct, on the east.
Okay, then there was a question about how did the floor area ratio go from 0.4 to 0.2? That is because post planning board, the commercial was dropped from 829,000 square feet to 414,000 roughly.
Correct. I mentioned it in this presentation. I didn't go too much into depth because that was a addition to the development agreement, which is with the rezoning.
Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and bring it back to our board. We're going to have some questions.
Simone, could you stay there for a minute? Yep. Okay, so my question is, there's school board plot, I don't know how many acres is next to this area. It doesn't mean they're building a school there. It's just owned by the school board. They could sell it as an asset, they could recapture it, they could do whatever they want with that land. They own it. It does not mean that there's a school going in there, correct?
From what I understand, the piece of property is too small to actually build the school on, so
Yeah.
they don't have a proposed plan for it at the moment.
Mr. Jantz can probably address that since he was on the school board, but I believe I did ask.
She's right.
It's too small for a school.
And where it's zoned right now, timberland, they could, the applicant, the owner, could cut down every tree in there to harvest the timber. Is that correct? Is that what it's there for?
Timbering is a permitted use in the Ag District, yes.
Right. So I think a lot of the, and I noticed you taking some notes, so you may have a comment on this. I noticed a lot of the comprehensive plan objections tied to ag. This has never been used agriculturally. This land has never had an ag development. It's never been a farm. It's never had any kind of agricultural cabbage growing or anything like that. Is that correct? It's not ag.
It's never been used for agricultural purposes. I think Chuck can add that the ag was used as a placeholder.
Chuck Miranda. Yeah, it was a placeholder, and a lot of the comp plan statements were for the western part of the county.
Right.
That this is not the western part of the county.
I'm a little concerned because so many people think that corridor, and this is rare for our board to be meddling in Palm Coast. This is like a unicorn piece of land left down in there. I had to sit down and go through the mapping, and I heard so many people saying, leave the trees, and I was shocked, and I'm a lifelong Palm Coastian. And and I feel like it's important for this board and everyone out here to know that every single piece of land coming down Seminole is already zoned commercial or industrial. We can't change it, sir, because that is not how Florida planning works. These were zoned 20-plus years ago. The applicant that's their land right, and it's through the city of Palm Coast. No. Please, no from the public. I just want everyone to know, even on this side, all commercial. Even by the U section, all commercial. Commercial, industrial. I saw a storage unit is going in next to the fire department. That was online today. So it was shocking to me to see that every single piece of land already has the zoning of commercial industrial going down. So I guess the intent in Palm Coast was, it looks like an urban corridor when these were done. It looks like they were done about 20-plus years ago. So this looks like one of the last remaining pieces of ag as a placeholder in there. The county has roughly, I don't know, close to 500 acres, some of it in conservation by the apartments, 350 by the apartments that are already there. Next to Integra, would you have to use my, yeah. And then we have some acreage up towards the front near Epic for 14 and 8, plus the airport has some. So I just bring that up because I think I was shocked. I kind of thought we were working with a bunch of ag, and not any of it's ag, but this last piece, it's all commercial and industrial. So just for future anticipation, it does appear that can become an entire commercial corridor as the zoning is now. So, but I'm going to go ahead and let everyone talk and see what questions you have or what information you might have to bring to this. We'll start with Mr. Dance. Do you?
Give me a minute. I'm still working on my notes.
Sure. Any questions? Ms. Richardson?
I have one question. As far as you're talking about some kind of, I wanted to ask Mr. Chimento. There's two pieces of commercial parcels in this presentation, right? One being what we anticipated was a grocery of some kind or serving store of some kind. What's the other piece for?
That's the ALF piece.
I don't think you're on the mic again.
Sorry.
There you go.
Better. So when you come in, if I could have the plan to the PD, it's the last slide in our presentation that shows the land uses, I believe. Right there, Ms. Richardson.
Yes.
The parcel to the west of the main entrance is commercial, and that's already has a comp plan, or I'm sorry, zoning of commercial. And the parcel to the right of that is the ALF piece. So that is non-residential, but it's not retail or commercial in the nature of shopping and things like that.
Okay, thank you. I was just questioning the two parcels because that's all that is in there for commercial. The rest of it is residential, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
And Michael, while you're there, can I ask, so up in the corner, which corner is that? So that would be this is east, that's west. Northwest, it says SW, stormwater?
Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm.
That whole long piece will somehow either connect with that other piece that's over in Grand Landings or not? I don't know.
No, they'll be independent because their stormwater system's managed by different entities.
But that is technically a buffer. I mean, I know it's water. It's not physically trees, but it's a buffer.
Correct. I do want to be just transparent. This is a concept plan. So the next step in the process, if you were to approve the comp plan and the PUD, the next step is a conceptual master plan approval consistent with the PUD. And so we would have to come back and get the actual layout and dimensions and sizes of the parcels to you all. That gets approved. And then after that, each parcel would then come in for their own individual site plan approval. So again, this is the conceptual master plan, and the PUD provides some moving
So do you
around.
see where the anxiety is because they don't know what they don't know? Because nobody knows what we don't know. So as we move through the process, if it was to be approved, as we move through the process, each one of these subsections would be taken on their own.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct. And we're not saying that Publix is coming to that commercial area. What we're saying is it's allowed.
Correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
So when Publix does their research, because that's all they do is count rooftops, correct?
Correct.
When Publix gets to a certain level of rooftops, it goes ding, 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 and where can we find a place to put our next Publix? I don't think the developer has gone to Publix and said, will you build a Publix here?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
The idea was to have that option available
Correct.
on this parcel. That's why we went to the high end.
So the future's not known yet.
Correct.
We don't know if that area can even hold a strip mall as far as people supporting it. It's a design like you want to go for the best use you can get, but in reality, that doesn't mean that's what you're going to get.
That is correct. That's why we hire a planner to look at the whole region and say, how would this parcel of land best be used consistent with the city and county's vision? And this is what we have put forth, that we think these are the most likely uses. Now, what's on that commercial piece, Publix, what other grocer there might be, or other type of retail facility, we're not sure yet, and that'll just come as the market develops.
And again, your planner is the one that chose townhouse, multifamily, single family. You may come back, or your developer may come back and say, your applicant may say, well, our study wants us to stay with single family. But you are locked into how many single families you can do per.
That is correct, right. There is a cap as
Right.
how intense and dense this thing. So as you see when we do planner lingo, and some of the things that you look at when we talk about compatibility or transition that you've heard, you'll notice that ALF, relatively low and as far as intensity use, townhouse and single family in the back, that's kind of dealing with this transition. You notice the multifamilies on the western side, right?
Mm-hmm.
So those are the concepts that your staff and our planners and engineers all went through in the city of Palm Coast to deal with the ideas of compatibility and transition. But in fairness, this plan could morph, but if it does morph, or when it does, because it'll change some, I'm sure, that'll have to come back and you'll have the ability to talk about consistency again. Was that 10-foot buffer need to be 25 foot? Do you need to raise a berm? Do you have opacity and those types of planner lingo that you have? So there's a third step to this process, which is the MPD master plan approval.
And do you know if the 45-foot had to do with the multifamily residential section? I mean, a single family, you're not going to go over 35 feet. So why 45 and why not 35?
Well, I think we can talk about that maybe in between readings, but I think the multifamily could have been, I think it's 65 feet, as well as your commercial. So obviously that was what we felt was out of character of that nature and probably significantly more intense than what would ever likely be there.
Right.
So we voluntarily lowered that. But
okay.
You know,
Some of the public's asking for you to speak up if you can.
I'm sorry. I kind of meander away.
It happens.
And so nobody really sees a 65-foot building there. I mean, that's.
But that is allowed at this point.
Absent our declaration to cap it at 45 feet.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all I have right now. Thank you.
Well, if any other questions, I mean, I can certainly answer any.
Questions from this side right now for the developer? Oh.
Well, I'll just comment that I've studied this, and as a beginning, as a first crack at something, I think this is pretty well laid out for someone you could actually transition from a house to an apartment to assisted living. To me, it's like it's what we needed in a lot of communities around here. We needed something like this, and we don't have it. So I thought the plan was pretty well thought out, and granted, this is almost a back of the envelope type plan, but it needs some polish. Yeah, it needs some, and that'll come. That's part of the process.
Yes, sir.
That will come. So it's really hard to get to criticize specifics when they're not there yet. They're not there, so. But I really think this was pretty well thought out, so.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
I am happy for them to have sidewalks and this, that you're taking care of the water management there as far as flooding and, you know, for the flum. I know how, I live off of Belterre and off a major highway, and I have a lot of activity by my home. We only have 2 lanes and a little bit of grass between. Seminole Woods has 2 lanes and a lot of grass in between. So it's a little bit less traveled there than Belterre. Every day I have accidents. Speaking on the, we have a growth problem right now of all these people have, it's not a problem, it's a growth issue that people have come here and they're driving not used to our roads and, you know, won't let you in and things like that. And it's a little bit tough when we have growth, but it is growth and it is important and it can be healthy if we all take a little time. So I think that the finishing up of it, it's not like the rest of the city in the north end where we have roads broken, swales not working, flooding every time it rains on properties. There's a lot there that's being done in a lot better condition than what some of the older projects are. And that's all I want to say about that. But I do like that you have the sidewalks and the drainage going the right way.
Thank you.
So here's my conundrum. I feel horrible that people didn't realize that neighborhood is going to be, it is going to be a huge commercial and industrial corridor. You would never think that driving down Seminole Woods, but the zoning's already approved for all of it, but this property almost. And then the municipal pieces that the county owns, which the county actually owns that piece right below the lake there, next to the ALF, which I don't think the county has any intention of doing anything, but, so my problem with this, because this is rare for us to get a piece that's not mainly county, I don't know how you did all this mitigation work to fit into the comp. You reduced the height, you reduced the square footage, you put in a buffer, although I could argue, would like to see, if we did this, a bigger buffer. You thought of everything and then you did this mitigation of it, and it's like, I don't know how to say, well, your mitigation doesn't work. This doesn't violate anything. What I'm trying to say is I feel like there's no reasoning on denial. You know how, we talked about this, someone mentioned ag. Well, the state has done a lot between SB 180, 686, HB 399, which is coming up, which is almost not going to allow us to deny anything. I just don't see how we're able to deny it, and I'm just being honest with you, without facing potential litigation, because the entire neighborhood, other than this last piece, is industrial and commercial. And the one decent thing about it, I've heard some people say, well, you should annex it to Palm Coast. Well, I think staying in the county, at least you can control the footprint of it, so, and how dense it becomes, and how much the buffers are. And I would wonder what it would look like over at their board if they were to handle that. So outside of that, I couldn't even find factors regarding compatibility for a reason for denial. So interested in hearing what Ms. Carney has to say, Mr. Dance. Would you like to speak or no?
All right. First, a few comments I'll address that from public comment. This is an ag parcel under silviculture, so it's not farm, but farming trees is agriculture. So it is an agricultural parcel, but it's it's not urban sprawl. This is a, if you're going to call it anything, it's infill, because there's development entirely around it. This is a, what's your terminology? The remaining donut hole in the donut.
Correct.
It's
infill, is it not?
it's infill. It's not urban sprawl, right? Just again addressing some of the comments from me, just to clarify some things as I've gone through this. Clarify for me what limiting policies are written, because we've heard a couple things. I know it's been the density for residential density. Is that the only limiting policy?
Yes, so the parcel limiting policy that is directly tied to the future land use amendment is to reduce the maximum density from 10 to 7 units per acre.
Okay. And we've heard, right, the reference to legislature that was passed this session, HB 399, which talks about developing standards relative to compatibility. What the legislature is trying to do is take away our home rule to be able to object to land use changes due to compatibility. They're going to narrow that decision so that we don't have any options in the future than to approve compatibility. And the comment was made that this is going to come back to us to develop standards, but it's once we've developed those standards, then the applicants will have a better roadmap to be able to develop compatible developments that can't be objected to. It's not in law yet. I mean, it's passed, but it doesn't take effect till January 1. So in my mind, I would rather take time to develop those standards. I've got that time. So for me, I would rather develop those standards for compatibility over the next few months before we get to January 1. My concern is the compatibility of high density commercial. The applicant is entitled to 11 acres of low density neighborhood commercial. I believe that was the intent of the Palm Coast maps, was for neighborhood commercial. I don't disagree with Ms. Pennington that there are higher density commercial at the Highway 100 portion of Belterre. There is some up there. Citation also has some high density at the corner of Citation and Belterre. There's high density commercial there, but it's been sitting and has not been developed yet. So that's really just, for me, I'm not, I have problems with the intensity and density. I don't believe that they're compatible, but there's been good arguments for the other side as well. But I would rather have time to develop those compatibility standards, which are identified in HB 399, for me, before implementing a more intense development in the area. And I think land use changes are the only time that we get a little extra discretion to determine what's compatible, what's not. If I worry that the only thing that follows the land is the limiting policy of 7 dwelling units. The others, if this gets approved, the others are addressed in the PUD, which is it's a zoning layer. It's not a land use layer. So I also think that we're missing. I would like to see more restrictions on the land use, but right now it's just limited to 7 dwelling units. Everything surrounding it is 2 dwelling units an acre and under when you do gross calculations. So 7 is higher density in addition to the higher density commercial. You can't speak out, ma'am. You cannot
sorry.
speak out. You cannot. You can't. So that's the comments. I think I'll just leave it at that.
I mean, wait, no, please, we can't. So here's my thing, Andy, I went with even though HB 399 isn't until January, which means they could come back in January and we have to apply these rules and standards. I felt like this, when I looked at it, what they did with the limiting factors that they placed on it, like they worked through and they further adjusted their buffering, their building heights. They fixed their drainage, or they talked about it. They mitigated through their conditions, which is all part of 399. So I don't know what would change. Are you thinking it's just the density that would be the sole compatibility factor that it wouldn't qualify for? I guess I'm kind of confused. Like, are you thinking like the?
Well, I don't disagree that the concessions are there. I don't disagree with that at all. That's, I think, right. I don't know what the compatibility standards are. We haven't had a public hearing on that. We haven't had planning come back to identify those. Right now, they're going on what's in the code now. And what's in the comp plan now. I think if it gets passed, we're going to be here for 2 more hours working on the PUD agreement because that's what it binds the developer to those other restrictions right. It's the new zoning code. So if you pass land use, the rezoning that's next, we'll be spending a lot of time dissecting that to make sure that there's assurances to the residents.
All right, let's look here.
Madam Chair?
Sorry, yes, sorry.
You know, the process, we've been through this a lot, and, you know, particularly the applicant and its history in Flagler County and working with the county on lots of projects. So, you know, Mr. Dance's comments about particularly the comp plan are noted, and we're willing to add or proposing that we'll add additional limiting policies to the comprehensive plan, which is sort of the constitution of the property, to the 0.2 FAR, because presently the 0.2 FAR that limits commercial development is only in the PD. And so we're willing to add that as an additional policy. So the 2 policies related to the comprehensive plan would be the units per acre and the limitations on how much commercial can be built there. So there'll be a cap that we're willing to add to it. The other thing that I draw to your attention, because I think you already know this, but particularly the public, is the next step is, you know, we get 2 readings. The first reading would go up to the state, and the state agencies review this because it's of its size to deal with some of these infrastructure issues, wetland issues, and those types of things. And then probably about 60 days later, I think it's 30 days later, they provide you all with their direction and comments, and then we incorporate their comments into the final plan. So we'd like to see both of these approved on first reading, knowing that there are lots of things that can happen and could happen, both including the state agencies, but also your own comments tonight, so that we go back to the drawing board and sort of refine the edges around them and address some of your concerns that you have and come back with some well-crafted language. You know, I'm always reluctant to craft language on first reading on the floor because it just gets messy sometimes. But certainly, I think you know that myself and the applicant are here to work with you all.
Simone, were you at the Planning and Zoning Committee meeting?
Yes.
And do you feel that they have addressed most of the needs or the requests that you've made of them in their application?
I do think the primary concern was the additional buffer between the existing single-family residential and the proposed project, which they have come back with. And then the other main concern was the intensity of the commercial, and they have proposed to drop that in half. Granted, that is part of the PUD process, not this application.
So the reason it's high density is because we specifically wanted the use to be, they specifically wanted the use to be supermarket, and that makes it high density for that piece.
Shopping center.
Shopping center, sorry. Yeah, or whatever.
So it is low density except for that one area that is high density.
It's mixed use, low intensity, low medium density.
So will the covenants on this land use run with the land, or is that an option? So that this is not, okay. That's an option. All right, any further questions?
Madam Chairman, I move that we approve item 9A, mixed tank from Timberlands commercial low intensity to mixed use high intensity on Seminole Woods Boulevard.
Okay, I have a motion to approve 9A. Is there a second?
I'll second for discussion.
It's been seconded for further discussion by Ms. Richardson. So what would be the process? It goes legislatively, it would go up for a 60-day review, roughly. We would hammer out details in the, here's my concern, I'm just gonna be honest with you. It'd be one thing if the whole Seminole Woods was ag or close to it. It is not. And then you've got HB 399, which doesn't apply today, but will be applying in January. And I've already seen all the mitigating factors they've done to try to make this compatible. I'm just trying to figure out, how do we not look like we're just throwing things at the wall for denial, like discretionary things? I don't understand how we're going to look like we can deny this. I mean, I'm just being honest. Sir, I don't want to have to, I would have to remove you, and I don't want to do that. This board is talking right now. Andy, so I'm asking Andy because you'd rather, how do you foresee that work, what you're proposing? How do you see that work?
Well, luckily, we all don't have to agree. I don't have
I know,
to comply with the fact that there's, or see things the same way that you do. It's you know, that's why we have 5 members up here. But my issues are with the designation of high-intensity commercial. I don't believe that that is the intent of the plans that have been sent that show the old plans. And the residential density is limited, but to me, it's just still high, it's still excessive.
So where do we put townhomes and apartments? It's what it's called. I mean, it's basically an apartment, right? So I've been sitting on the Affordable Housing Committee for 5 years. Where the number one need in this county right now is affordable. And I'm not talking about Section 8. I'm talking about where can people who live, that work here, our teachers, our nurses, where do they live? Because trust and believe me, Pam is a realtor, I'm a realtor. They all can't buy $450,000 single-family homes. They can't. So if you want services and you want people to work in your Publix and your Walmarts, you've got to give them places to live. This is not, okay, never mind. I'm not going to speak because I'm not going to be
Okay.
gaggled at. That's not my
Any
job.
other comments
Thank you.
before we take a vote? I'm going to ask for a roll call vote on this, clerk.
Commissioner Carney?
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
Commissioner Richardson?
Yes.
Commissioner Dance?
No.
Chair Pennington?
Yes.
4-1 approved. Thank you.
Oh, 9B quasi judicial. Do we need a break for a few minutes, or you guys good to go? Because this one will be long.
Good to go.
You're good to go?
Too long, too?
This might be a little long.
I don't think
I
it's
don't
going to be
think
long.
so.
I think Andy,
I'd like to take
I think everyone should stay for 9B. It's-
Y'all shouldn't leave. This is
This
just as
is
important as the
important.
one that was just done.
This is more important. Okay. No. Okay. All right, it's a quasi judicial matter. I'm going to go ahead and ask the board, Commissioner Dance, do you have had any communications?
My ex parte was a meeting with the applicant, and generally the discussions centered around what was already disclosed here in the presentation about the genesis for the plan, density, intensity, those things.
I also had a meeting with the applicant, and again, so many things had changed from, I believe, March, that I needed an update.
Okay, Mr. Hanson?
Yes, I also have met with the applicant, and there's been several emails on this issue that I've been reading and
President
studying.
emails? Okay.
And I also met with the applicants and discussed my concerns. And
Any particular concerns?
just about how the plans were planned and where they were going with it, and just the minimal items that is part of my real estate profession knowledge, which is limited at this point.
I'm ex parte. I met with the applicant. We discussed commercial sites in the corridor, buffers on the property, and the reduction of the commercial space specifically. And that is it. So this is a 9B request to approve first reading a rezoning ordinance from the AC Ag District to the PUD District.
Simone Kenny, planner. Again, this application is to rezone the same piece of property as the last item from agriculture to mixed-use PUD. Again, some of these slides are just carryovers from the previous application. This one pertaining to the preservation of public notice from the March 16th meeting. Again, we're in the same area, same piece of property. I kind of go a little faster through these. The future land use, as we know, is ag and timber commercial low. Potentially, or you have approved it now for mixed use, high intensity. The surrounding city of Palm Coast future land use is residential. The zoning is agriculture, and the city of Palm Coast is a mix of other PUDs and residential. Flood zone is flood zone X, so no particular flood zone hazard. There are some depressional soils, and there may be pockets of wetlands on the property. So the current zoning, as discussed, is AC agriculture, and the proposed zoning is PUD, planned unit development. So again, the site is about 119 acres. You've approved it for an average density of 7 units per acre. The development agreement specifically limits the floor area ratio to 0.2. And so the conceptual master plan that was submitted with the development agreement calls out specifically 61 acres for residential, including single-family attached, detached, and multifamily. It calls out 23.3 acres for commercial, including commercial and assisted living facility, being mindful that in our code, we consider assisted living facilities as a commercial use. There's 18.7 acres for stormwater and 16 acres for common area. Those two together totaling our open space requirements. As called out in the development agreement, the development would be phased with up to 10 lots per phase being used as design centers or model homes. And then ultimately, the next step would be that PUD site development plan approval, where all of the narrative requirements of the development agreement would have to be visually represented in detail. So as we saw from the applicant's presentation, here's the proposed concept plan. Again, with that commercial, or as we tend to think of commercial, in that southwest corner, about 11 acres. The southeast corner, about 12 acres of assisted living facility. Moving north, then we have our townhomes with single-family residential currently being proposed to be located toward the rear, and then the multifamily residential being located on the west side, away from the existing single-family residential of the abutting properties. Here we have the specific development standards, and I did want to call out, strike through and underline denoting applicant changes since the March 13th, 2026. Specifically, here's where we have that reduction in the FAR from 0.4 to 0.2. And then here we just call out all of the other dimensional requirements for the proposed different uses: single-family residential, multifamily, townhome, commercial, and ALF. These are the specific dimensional requirements that we first look at with the PUD site development plan phase, making sure that everything fits and meets the minimums or maximums as proposed in the development agreement, and then ensuring that those are met when they get to the final, or the preliminary and final plat process. So again, we see for the single family, minimum lot size being 4,000 square feet, minimum lot width of 40 feet. We were pretty standard setbacks in comparison to other PUD agreements: 20 foot in the front, 15 in the rear, 5 on the sides, unless it's a street side, then it's 10 feet. Maximum building height, 35 feet for the single-family residential, and a minimum living area of 700 square feet. Our building height goes up to 45 feet for that multifamily residential complex and for the commercial, as well as the assisted living facility, while staying at 35 feet for the townhomes. Again, we see kind of proposed maximum densities for each of the individual phases: 6, 10, and 9 dwelling units per acre, keeping in mind that they will have to average out to 7 units per acre across the entirety of the property. And then we have section 3.1 of the development agreement, which calls out specific uses within the property, which includes your primary residential uses as well as your normal commercial uses. Again, the applicant having struck out bars, bowling alleys, and then laundry and dry cleaning establishments since March 13th, 2026. And then as the applicant provided in their application, other changes made to the development agreement since March include that minimum 25-foot buffer anywhere that commercial or multifamily residential uses would abut that northern property line and the existing residential on the other side, as well as the disclaimer that would be provided to all potential purchasers and included with any covenants and restrictions that the project is proximate to a public airport. So again, this is a PUD rezoning following the future land use map amendment. This is similar information that we saw in the last application, that it's bordered by Grand Landings on the north and the west boundaries and Cascade to its west. This item also went to the Planning and Development Board initially on December 9th. They continued it to February 8th, which was canceled, so it was heard February 10th, and it was also provided a unanimous recommendation to approve. And then the same comments from the City of Palm Coast. We sent both items and applications to the city when we were requesting their feedback and their analysis on the traffic and other uses pertaining to their property. And so your options as the board are, one, you can approve project 2025080074 for the rezoning from AC and agriculture to PUD for the 119 acres for the Seminole Woods mixed-use PUD, with the conditions that all development conditions within the PUD development agreement as approved through the ordinance, and that development of the subject parcels not to commence until we have that approval of the future land use map amendment from ag and timber and commercial low. So while you would be approving the PUD potentially today, if you did, that would not go into effect until we've had the second reading of the FLUM and ultimate approval from the state. And that was another slide from the previous presentation on the compatibility. Your other options are to deny the project, finding that it is not consistent with the comprehensive plan and the land development code, or you can determine that more information is needed and continue the request to a time and date certain. With that, I will close out, awaiting any questions or comments from the board, and submit the report for the record.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and hear from the board first. Any questions?
Could you go back to the uses? Could you go back to the allowed?
Yeah, the list. That list.
There was one on here that didn't make sense. Hold on. Mini warehouse? Wouldn't you need a lot more property than that, more acres to be able to do? Oh, you're just saying, this just says that that could be a use of that acreage?
Correct.
Okay. Not,
They've volunteered to strike bars, bowling alleys, and laundry
laundries.
because of the smells from developing on that property. The rest are permissible use.
okay. We have ordinances around short-term rentals, of short-term vacation rentals. Home-based businesses, we have licensing for that. I don't see anything in here about what would liquor fall under? That would be part of the strip mall if it was a strip
Bars.
mall anyway. Right?
Bars.
Yeah, retail sales. Okay.
Correct.
All right. And then the next slide.
Buffers.
So the 25-foot buffer shall be provided along the northern property line where it abuts existing residential developed properties. Is there no other area that buffers would add to the project? Is it only in that one section that they need the 25 feet?
That's correct. Other sides that on a site-by-site basis, they would have to follow the landscaping requirements of our land development code.
This is in addition to, correct? So this is they're adding this.
Correct.
Okay. So it's only specifically states where it's going to be developed for commercial use or multifamily residential complex. I don't know that it might be needed more. Go ahead.
I was going to say that northern part of the 25-foot buffer, which if you remember the picture,
Yeah.
there's already a buffer there on the Seminole Woods side. They already have a buffer
Side.
up
But it's
to the, and I don't know
water.
how big it is, but it's already buffered. I mean, there's no housing that comes up to that property line. There's no house that comes up to that property line.
Okay.
It's about 100 feet, if I recall.
Yeah,
from
before you get to the
from Grand
property line.
Landings over the, right,
Yeah.
before you get to, and then they
So-
would institute a 25-foot buffer.
So you put a 25-foot buffer in there, it's
But,
125 feet. It's
Is
pretty
it expressly going to be trees that could, if I recall?
So does the buffer mean they can't cut down anything that's there? They can't clear cut it and put up their own buffer, right? They have to leave what's there?
That's what we would prefer as staff. Any additional requirements, sometimes we've seen in the past opacity requirements, ensuring that you can or cannot see through it, whether that's 50%, 80%. That would be something that.
Well, I think it'd be important
negotiated.
for us to make sure that that's what happens, because Palm Coast has not specified to leave the trees, and the builders take them out and then put in their own buffer.
That's not true.
And we don't want to do that.
That's not true.
Oh, yeah, and over on one, they did it. They over by the sawmill there, they took all the trees. And there was supposed to be a buffer there. They didn't honor it. So we don't want, in property that we're responsible for, we don't want that to happen.
The only thing on that would be the condition of the trees. What if they were not in
Right.
unhealthy tree, right? If you had 3 good trees and an unhealthy tree, they'd have to replace it with a healthy tree similar to what it is now. Would that be correct? In other words, if it's an oak tree, not that it is, if it's an oak tree and it's a bad oak tree, they'd replace it with another oak tree in between those 2 or 3 trees that are healthy.
Different development agreements have different buffer requirements. In some instances, like in the A1A scenic corridor, for example, we would prefer native vegetation. In other instances, the concern is, that there isn't an existing landscape buffer there already, and they're putting in one.
Right.
And so they're using vegetation and other techniques in order to get that visual screening. That is the ultimate goal. So really, it's been on a case-by-case basis.
We wouldn't want the neighboring neighborhood to be basically viewing it. So we wouldn't, as much as nature as possibly, they wouldn't see any of it, Is 25 foot going to be enough buffer?
No.
Mm-mm.
Well, what did Seminole Woods do with their buffer? I just don't know. They have that big buffer there.
Grand
Did they? Yeah, did
Grand
they?
Landing. There's a map.
Did
It's
they
actually a
clear cut
pond.
that? Did they clear cut it?
Clear cut. I don't want to say it's clear cut, but it's.
There's no trees
They had
there.
very few
I did not
trees.
see any trees in the view.
Very few at the beginning.
Do we have
Very
that
few.
map? I'm looking up like someone was going to change it, but only if I say, there you go, right there. So the property in the front on Seminole Woods Boulevard to the right of the ALF is county.
Yeah, I'm talking
The
about
trees are.
this up
And then
here,
behind
this-
it is where they're proposing a 25-foot buffer in addition to the existing 100. But 25 is, you can see through 25 feet of trees.
I think the important thing to consider is the view shed from the adjacent properties. Currently, you have existing homes with a view shed through the property. You don't need a buffer where the conservation areas are, where the wetlands are. They really don't need anything. You've already got a dense existing vegetation, that big strand that's up on the top right. The focus should be on the view sheds, and if you put a minimum buffer along the wetlands, you can expand the buffer to at least 50 feet along the areas where the adjacent property has a view shed into this development. And it should be, if there's not existing trees, you set a mandate so that there's at least a shade tree every 25 feet, and if the existing trees, the incentive is to keep existing trees so that you don't have to plant. So if they are able to survey and keep existing trees, they don't have to plant anything, the shade trees are there. If there's a gap, they have to come back in and plant.
Okay.
So to the gentleman's question, how do we hold that specific requirement? How do we hold the developer to that requirement?
That would be added into the development agreement.
How do we hold them to it? You can add anything you want. How do you know who goes out to see that there's a 50-foot or 25-foot buffer there. Chuck?
Well, in the old landscape code that we currently can't enforce, there's penalties for disturbing those, but we could put an easement over them, a conservation easement. There's different ways to preserve them.
Chuck Miranda, this is going to be a platted development, so the landscape buffer, natural buffer will be on the plat as a separate tract, not on the property of the commercial, but it should be a separate tract as a landscape tract. Could even be a natural buffer. We don't want it on. We want it part of on a separate tract, so it's not on the property that somebody owns. That's the way it works out mostly on plats. So the HOA would take care of it.
And I guess to be more specific, when they come in for their preliminary plat approval, once that gets issued, they come in with their land development permit, and that allows them to start their horizontal infrastructure to put in the roadway, and we would look at landscaping at that time. So when we go out and we do in-person inspections as part of that land development permit in order for them to be able to get their final plat, which enables them to then sell the lots. That's our trigger point.
And it probably could be suggested that it would start at the Flagler County properties line and head, I guess that would be west, up to the wetlands at some dimensional requirement for that extra buffer, either natural or planted.
I would just like to see it wider where in that area that we're talking about than 25 feet. 25 total or 10 plus 25? Do we already have a 10-foot buffer requirement?
As it states now, it's 25 total.
Total.
25 in.
Just need to agree and ask the applicant if they'll accept.
So 50-foot.
I would.
Along the view sheds?
Along the view shed.
And, I mean, again, you can do minimal buffers along the wetlands.
Right.
There's,
I mean, in this whole project, there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of,
there should be at least a, should be at least 25, just so that there's no clearing right up to the edge, and so that there's no damage to the other wetlands on the opposite property.
so you want to stay with 25, Andy?
It's,
The view shed would be 50.
the view shed is the priority.
Right.
I'm just thinking that,
Both the anticipated uses here, it's their backyard, so what difference does it make? We're not imposing any restriction that they, and are we taking away restriction, are we restricting your use? All we're doing is asking you to leave more trees.
Correct, Ms. Carney. Michael Shimento. So does this have a laser on it? Do we know? Yeah. So I'll try to do two things. We're talking about buffers and we're talking about view sheds.
Right.
Obviously, we are quite aware of the concerns of the view sheds, and I'll try to get you guys graphically. In the northwest corner, there's a pond. We see that, and right behind that are homes. So when we talk to Mr. Dance's issue about view sheds, we have that area, and then along the right side of the property behind the ALF, on their property, being the Grand Landings, there's a pond, and they did not preserve trees on the back end of that pond. So we have that view shed area. Those are things that we're very sensitive to, that you guys are concerned about. And I think between us and your planners, we can come back to you with some beefed up language on those areas, we'll call the view shed areas, to minimize any impact to the existing residential neighborhoods. So we can do things like 25 feet, 50 feet, we can do berms, we can do the trees. Mr. Dance had indicated that there are design standards, like in Palm Coast they have buffer A through G, different types of buffers with landscape requirements. So we can design those things between now and second reading with your staff and come back to get you comfortable with that. Those residents' view sheds will be or minimally impacted, if at all. As far as buffers go between the properties, presently right now our plan is to show that in the northwest area there's going to be single-family residential. Well, your code already requires certain buffers there. So if there were a multifamily there, we can add additional buffers. But when we go residential versus residential, your code already has those requirements. So again, we can come back and say, look, if there were opportunity where there would be multifamily or anything other than single family in those areas where existing residents off-site might see it, we can deal with additional buffers. Your 25-foot buffer comment, Mr. Dance, about wetlands, I think that'll be essentially required by St. John's if their wetland is right against us.
Right.
So I hear you. Visual buffers, we talk about 25 against wetlands, those are all okay for us. And then we'll sharpen our pencil and come back with some real significant, I won't say significant, but specific design standards on these areas so we can work with your staff. We can share them before, and I know it's sunshine law issues, but you can certainly communicate to your staff your concerns or questions. So we're willing to work through those hard issues with you all to preserve the view sheds of the adjacent neighborhoods.
I think the minutes just need to reflect since what we're going to, ultimately the PUD is the document that survives the.
Yes, sir.
And so if we're not going to go to the trouble of writing in these specifics, then at least the minutes need to reflect that there's an agreement between on the view sheds and like you said, the wetland buffer.
We'd prefer that it be specifically called out in detail so that in the future there's no additional miscommunication.
Right.
Chuck's comment about a track, good planning techniques, we agree with that track will be held in the Property Owners Association, and you can actually build in your enforcement language in there through the PD.
Do you want other comments?
Yes.
So I think that's all. I asked you 2 questions, right? The buffer and I wanted to look at those uses again. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Dance?
There's a section in 3.0 that I have a problem with, and it says the location of uses outlined on the master plan is wholly conceptual in nature and may be modified in location, use, and size, subject to the uses, densities, and intensities contained herein. It basically is a sentence that says that, again, this is the zoning code, and what we don't want to see is a master plan that comes back different from this concept plan that we're looking at. So we should not be authorizing a carte blanche redesign to come back to us in the master plan that's going to come back. And this is a concept plan. The master plan should mirror the concept plan because this is what the public has seen. And I just want to make sure that we have that we talk about that, because to me it's important that it's not wholly different, that we don't end up with commercial over on this side of the property line, or the multifamily on this side, which is different from what we're looking at here. The essence of this plan is what should be coming back to us, and I don't see that. I see this as the language as a way to come back with something different. So it's something should be say that the uses shall be generally located as depicted on the conceptual plan.
So the approval, the approval should be based on as proposed plus the view protections?
Well, I'm just talking about
I mean, like a very specific.
It's just that the master plan that comes back to us should generally be what is depicted in this concept plan. And if and then in the future, if anything changes, they have to come back and modify the PUD and come back to us.
I was going to say, we got a couple more votes on this.
We
So,
have one, Greg, we have
well,
one.
okay, one more, but I would be extremely unhappy if it came back and it was not like this. So, yeah, so.
May I ask, Mr. Rodriguez, did Sarah review this? Do you have, your staff reviewed any of this?
Well, yes, I mean, and she would have been present also at planning and zoning and reviewing the matter and presentation for planning and zoning, so yes.
Okay.
I actually had Sarah review it in, for 686 and HB 399. And so she can send you that, but basically, this didn't fall under 686, where the ag enclave. Because, the governor just passed the ag enclave ruling, which means that for those listening, anything that's ag, that's agricultural, surrounded by housing, will be allowed to come in and go through just a procedural application process and automatically become housing based on what it's surrounded by. But this property didn't qualify for that because of the school board property and others, so.
And Adam, just a technicality, because it is kind of the only, other than the airport, the only piece of Flagler County, solid waste, not solid waste,
Water?
sanitation. I mean, this is an outlier, right? Where's the closest dump truck? Where's the closest trash pickup? On US 1, right? Somewhere in US 1?
Well, with commercial uses and a multifamily, those would be contracted separately as we are presently. They wouldn't be, individual residential lots would be subject to the county's garbage fee and would be subject to the county's contract with our waste hauler.
Right.
So if there was a single-family subdivision in there, we'd pick it up.
We would. So how far is the hauler going? That's one of the problems with enclaves is you're separating services because they're not adjoining. So where do you think the next closest route would be?
Probably the closest right now, if they're not already, I mean, they're down County Road 304. They're probably driving by US 1. The trucks already may be driving by this parcel at this time.
Okay.
Just for convenience.
But they work that into their pricing? The people that will live in there will pay their own trash?
Yes, ma'am.
Based on what our provider charges?
If they remain in the county, then they will be subject to our hauler, and then we negotiate our contract. It's got a escalator that's also there built in, so that when cost of consumer price index goes up, we update that contract. So short answer, when they develop, if they remain in unincorporated Flagler County, they will be subject to our waste hauler contract.
Any other questions or comments? I can open it up for public discussion.
You can go to public, I'll finish mine later.
Public? Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Simone. Right now, I'm going to open it up for public discussion. Item 9B, quasi-judicial. Those wishing to speak, approach, state your name. You have 3 minutes, and please direct comments to the board.
Matthew DiBella, South Cooper's Way, Grand Landings. I would just ask that public comment with regards to 9A be entered into the record for 9B as well.
For you. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Hi. Okay, Lori Sugg. As far as the buffers, is there an overhead projector here or no?
Yes, ma'am. Could you turn it on for us? Hold on.
While I'm wasting time.
It's okay. It's all right. I'll let you.
Yeah, Michael, don't touch any of those. It'll come on. We just got to switch it.
The magic genie will put it on, don't you worry.
She's working on it.
Fine.
Okay.
Got one.
Not up there.
There we
it
go.
is. Okay. So anyway, I just wanted to show you.
If-
Can you hear me? I think I'm pretty loud.
It's for the people watching from home for record too.
Hello,
for the
okay.
clerk.
So I'll try to reach over here and talk at the same time. Maybe we can
You
change
could,
this.
you can use the wireless
that
microphone
mic
if you
right
grab that
there.
microphone, pick it up.
Pick it up.
You
not
can,
working.
you
Okay,
can
let's-
pull it,
let's-
and then it's got a power button on the bottom.
So
Well,
just-
I'm not
just
that
talk
techie,
it.
okay?
Shoot it
I'm
down.
over 30. Give me a break here. Okay. So, anyway, over here, right there is Wood Thrush Lane, and I would ask all of you to go down that road. Because when you go down that road and you look, at the end, this water is the end of that road, and all of those beautiful trees is what we're looking at right now. There, and if you take all those trees down or leave 20 feet of trees, there's not one tree on Grand Landings. It is just that little piece of water, and that little piece of water is right next to people's homes. So when you talk about 25 feet of that view shed, or I don't know what that means, but I would say 80 feet off of that water. The other piece of water over to your right is nowhere near the homes. It's hid behind those trees. But that piece of water at the very top has absolutely nothing blocking it from Wood Thrush Lane. And I would say that that whole, whatever you call it, where you have the minimum behind the house, in front of the house, boundaries, plus the buffer, should be at least 100 feet. Because otherwise, we are just going to see everything there. Like, it's going to be like they're in our backyard, and we are going to see it all day long. It is totally open. There's not one tree from Grand Landings there. So that one corner, which I don't know, it's kind of hard to build on that corner anyway, but whatever they're doing, like, it should just be a gigantic triangle of trees. Gigantic. Because we shouldn't have to look at those homes that they're going to build there. We shouldn't have to. That's my opinion. So 25 feet isn't going to do nothing. And I would suggest you go down that street because we don't have one tree. And that water is not that big. It's basically from here to there. It's not that two little triangles are very small. And they dry out half of the year. Most of the time, I mean, it's from here to there. I walk my dog there. It's like a 2-minute walk. It's nothing. Okay, so I don't think 25 feet and I don't think 50 feet is enough anywhere that's open to Grand Landings where you can see it. I really don't. I really think you need to do 100 feet and just keep that whole triangle corner just trees.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Nobody else wants to speak?
So there's,
behind
we
you
have, we have
there.
to, yeah, we have to,
Okay.
thank you.
Oh,
There's someone behind you. Sorry.
thank you. All right.
Yes, ma'am, do you want to step forward? Sorry.
I just wanted to.
You state your name one more time.
Hi,
sorry.
Lou Shanahan, Seminole Woods. Chair Pennington, you did, yes, you did say we have commercial on Seminole Woods Boulevard, but the majority of it and the industrial is concentrated at both ends, like I've seen with other connector roads or parkways.
That's not true.
No. I'll let you look at my afterwards.
Okay. And the Seminole Woods Boulevard at that location narrows down to one lane in each direction, so turn lanes definitely would be needed at this development. And the assisted living facility is considered commercial, so literally there would be 1 million square feet of commercial at this area. And that's it. Thank you.
Could we get this thing back on? Jim Sugg, Grand Palm.
Just put it down there and there you go.
Oh, let's see. Okay. 1, 2.
There's a power button on the bottom.
1, 2. Buckle my shoe. 3,
You
4.
slide it over.
Working, man.
Slide it over.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Charge it. Well, let's just go here. Where my wife was showing you where we live, right there at the corner mark is where the bald eagle has a nest with 2 eaglets in it, okay? 2 eaglets, protected, federal government. I've also seen numerous, I've been on the property, seen numerous gopher turtles and burrowing owls there. I see nothing on a report about these. I've seen them physically. I don't know who did the report for them, but I've seen it. Another issue I have here is where they're showing the property, there's only one means of egress. There's only one way in and out of that place. Where's the other one? Required by law. Don't see it. Another thing, when we had the hurricane last time, we lost the bridge, use of the bridge where the main drainage canal is, where this property will drain into also. The bridge was underwater for 5 days. Now, I know they're doing a rehab on the one on Bellevue, on Belterre, and this is probably the same issue, is that we had water under there. It started spalding. Well, the concrete, the steel expands in the concrete, and the bridge becomes compromised. Well, guess what? Now you've got semi-trucks coming over this thing, garbage trucks coming over there, all kinds of crazy, heavy loads going over this. It's ridiculous. I mean, I can see, after Ms. Pennington said, well, once we approve it, which I hope was a misspoken statement, but she said, once we approve it, we can take care of it. Well, that's kind of scares me, but I'm not impugning her. I'm just saying what she said and I heard. She must have misspoken. I hope she did. Enhanced bus. Natural area preservation, trees and easement. I request the establishment of permanent tree preservation easements. All existing mature healthy vegetation within this zone should be designated as no disturb. Type D buffering yard. A landscaping buffer should include the minimum of 3 staggered rows of evergreen trees and to provide 100% of opaque year-round visual screening, increase building and activity setbacks. To provide adequate physical separation, I request a voluntary setback increase of 80 feet. What's going on? Oh, okay. Opaque fencing and landscaping. Well, there's more to it, but. This has been emailed. Yeah, we've emailed this to you, so you have this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi.
Kyle Meyer again. Since I am fairly new to this process, since you did approve the first one, if we do get to the point where we have this is a first reading, correct?
Mm-hmm.
We would then have, if you approve this, there would be a second reading where the public would also be allowed to come and hear. And then
Both, yeah.
all of those questions on the diagram about particularly the commercial and the apartments, will we be confirmed how many apartments there would be and the height of them, et cetera? Would that be cast in stone once it's approved, or will there still be some leeway?
I'll have her, Simone, address it.
Okay,
Yes.
that's my first question. My second question is, I am appreciative that the commercial square footage was lowered from 800 to 400. With that being said, does that include, of that 400, is 100 of it, or is a portion of that also the assisted living? So it's combined. And I just want to point out for you and for the crowd that, just as an example, the BJ's on Route 100 is a little bit over 100 square feet. 100,000 square feet, excuse me. And so whatever Mr. Chimento is proposing is still in total going to be 400,000 square feet, which would be the equivalent of 4 BJ's, which again is no small amount of commercial in that particular area. Do we have racetrack at the end? Absolutely. We have a small Integra Woods down at the other end, But we're talking about, again, a large commercial space, even when you knocked it down to 400, just as a comparison. There is a assisted living facility in Palm Coast called Sansera. That is 100,000 square feet. So if the 100 is including, or the 400 is including the assisted living, that would be different than if it were not. So I would like to know that. I guess at the end of the question period, I, as a citizen, want to know, and I thank you, Mr. Dance, for asking questions about the contractual language, is that when this, if and when this gets approved, I'm unfortunately feeling that it might go that direction, I would like confirmation, I think we as residents, that whatever is stated is going to stay and not suddenly flip on to some whole new iteration of what is being presented to us. And I would hope that you would also make sure that that stays as well. So I look forward to your answers.
Darlene Shelley, Palm Coast, K-section. I live at the end of Belterre. Put in a huge development between Belterre and Seminole, clear cut every single tree. It's still flooded now to this day. Didn't leave even 10-foot buffer. How this was allowed, I have no idea. 10 foot, 20 foot, 30 foot is not enough buffer to protect the residents who chose to live here, and we're told it was a reserve or a preserve. I snuck through this DRI development order. No one even brought it up. I'm sure folks didn't take a look at that. What that entails is probably a very ugly situation for westward expansion and adding more costs and demands on the residents of Palm Coast at the hands of the county. And that's what this is too. This is not fair to the residents of Palm Coast who chose our homes for the very reasons that make Palm Coast and Flagler County so beautiful. The green spaces, the wildlife, the sandhill cranes, the turkeys, the loop roads and the wetlands. It's unique and it is irreplaceable. And once the developers fill it in and put up their affordable housing and whatever else it's going to be, and we know that they have their eye on the school board buildings, those school board buildings are going to be affordable housing. You know, the Senate is dead set on not being through with Florida until we do not recognize it. I love Palm Coast and Flagler County and Florida enough to stand up here and say, no, you don't have the right to take every inch of our ecosystems and our wetlands. So you can put up affordable housing and more retail. And let's be honest, essential worker housing for students to come here from other countries and learn how to fly aircraft for the billion-dollar industries. Just like Integra Woods, just like all the senior citizens in Palm Coast who cannot afford to live here anymore because they've been priced out. They can't afford their water bills, they can't afford their electrical bills, and they can't afford their taxes. So they sell, they lose money on their house. That's not acceptable. I've built 5 homes, brand new homes, and everyone has appreciated in value. I don't build a brand new home and expect the values to go down. And that's what's happening here. And it's unacceptable.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak? All right, seeing none, I close public comment.
Quasi-judicial, nobody took an oath.
No, it's not.
We don't do that at the county for the quasi-judicial. We just asked about ex parte communications. Are you okay with that, Mr. Rodriguez?
There's no requirement for an oath.
say something?
I close public comment.
Thank
Ma'am.
you. Thank you for
Ma'am.
listening to us.
This is
I
we
know
are
you
not
want me-
allowed to have that. Let me just say this. We can't have this because to avoid like the legal ramification and the
I
this is
understand.
quasi.
I understand. I didn't get up as fast as I should have.
Sorry.
But
I'm sorry.
it's
We haven't.
it's
We will
just-
have another one.
Oh, we're telling him to leave.
Ms. Carney, Ms. Carney. Sir, just please be quiet. Let us get through this meeting, okay? Thank you. Okay. All right.
Can I, Michael?
Yes, ma'am.
When I look at the diagram from the National Wetland Inventory,
That's part of your staff report.
it's in your PUD, well, it's in the PUD, page 9. The long and short of it is, this particular acreage is not like, well, I shouldn't say it, Palm Coast, but it is, the developer has to stay consistent with the soil type and the conservation or wetlands that's there, right? Isn't St. John's going to come in and tell them what they can and cannot do on this land?
Well, as it relates to the wetland portion of any property, it is governed by 3 entities: the state, the federal, and the county. Essentially, what happens is if you intend to impact a portion or a wetland, there's a whole process and mitigation. So wetlands can be impacted, but they have to be approved by both state and federal government and generally conforming with your own.
And they're mitigated?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when they're going to do an environmental study on this, are the tortoises not going to be studied on this property?
No, that's a requirement. But
It's a
both
requirement.
State and federal.
And if they find them, they have to get them moved, just like the Department of, okay.
Florida.
And we have our own place to move the tortoises to?
Correct.
Within the county?
Correct.
Okay. And then the bald eagle, if we find a tree with a bald eagle in it, would it be marked? Would somebody tell us that this is a habitat for the bald eagle?
I can't say for certain if we don't have our environmental.
If somebody
I know.
went out there and put a red flag around this tree, would it be recognized?
There's a whole process for
Yes.
that. We have been, Mr. Dance had, we went through probably about a 10-year process on a bald eagle's nest. So there is a process. If one nest is found on the property and it meets the standards by the federal government, there are regulations on what you can and can't do in the area. And I'm not up to speed on that.
So I understand the negativity of developing in the natural habitat, but there are checks and balances in place to prevent, correct?
Absolutely. Yeah, this is just the start
Right.
of 2 and 3 years and hundreds of thousands of dollars of studies and permitting and engineering.
Turtles are covered.
Yes, ma'am.
The bald eagle is covered if we find them, which we probably will, we may or may not. So it's not the developer's idea at this point not to take into account what they have, what's there.
Correct.
What's living there.
Right.
I live in Flagler Beach. This tortoise thing is massive. It's massive. And you have to move them. And the process is not pretty, but I don't know how many tortoises are in this. We could do a GIS and see, but I know you guys have to go through that whole process.
Right, that is the next step. When we come back to you, we'll have another layer of information and engineering that your staff will review, as well as the state and federal agencies.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any final, yes, sir.
Yep, one comment and then a few questions. Ms. Carney referenced if Sarah was reading the articles, the agreements and stuff. I think it was in relation to me asking legal questions and tearing apart some of the legalities of the agreements. And there's two separate things. Sarah's, reading and making sure the agreements are legal and abide by state statute and our comp plan and land development code. But it's up to us to be able to modify those within the parameters of resident requests and adjacencies and things that we see. So I just wanted to make sure that we understood that it's still okay for all of us, even though Sarah's reviewed it.
Absolutely. I'm good with that.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that that was a known fact, that's all.
And I know the bald eagle rules have changed, but they still, right? They're still protected, but they don't have the same protections as before.
Bald eagles are no longer covered under the Endangered Species
Right.
Act. There's a specific, the Bald and Golden Eagle Act, and it's been preempted to the federal government. So the state of Florida coordinates with the federal government for any permitting in the event of the location of a nest, whether active or inactive. There are federal regulations and guidelines, and they're the ones that step in.
Yeah. So I would just say if there's pictures or documentation, I know there's lots of birders out there that probably have been able to back up if there is one nesting. So I would let me just go over quick a couple of other things that I noticed. There's a definition of open space, and the definition includes stormwater ponds, wetlands, recreation, and water areas. And I just want, on Mr. Royer's point, want to make sure that there's at least if recreation is further defined, that we can make sure that at least there's a percentage of open space that is recreation and parks within it. So it's just not all ponds and edges and wetlands, that there is a usable open space within the community.
There's 16 acres of open space.
Correct.
There's 25 total, but it's like you said, it's water. But there's 16 acres of actual ground.
And as a comment to Ms. Suggs' point about the very corner of the map, if it remains in stormwater pond, the good thing about ponds is they usually don't cut them at right angles. They usually form them in sweeping curves, which would at least leave more buffer, and maybe we can ask that where the radius is on those ponds, the behind that area remains native.
And you don't build a pond right up to the
They have to be
line.
maintained, yeah, so there's usually a maintenance
Right.
edge along them,
Right.
but it's clear they have to maintain them, but, and I think most of the people have left, to talk briefly about traffic. This Seminole Woods is a city street, so it is going to have to go through the city's review, the traffic engineers, when they get this at the platting stage, not right now, but once the design is final and they get it at preliminary plat, the actual impacts will be determined about widening roads or turn lanes. The hard part is we can't do anything about 100. 100 is a DOT, what they call a SIS road. It's a strategic intermodal system, and we can't stop development that impacts 100 until DOT decides it's time to widen it. And we're working with DOT to move that up, but it is a long process. It's on their list to widen, but it's a long process. So there's two different permitting things. This project will be permitted, and City of Palm Coast will have to determine where the roadway improvements will be based on the amount of traffic, but can't do anything to 100 because it is what it is. It's a DOT road. It just have to stop. There's not much left to develop on 100, but I think that's it. I don't want to go through. I think the important one was was the buffers, which we've done a pretty good job of talking about. Open space. Personally, I would love to see the stormwater system designed as a 100-year. This does tie into the Bulow Creek headwaters. And I understand that it does meet the new stormwater rules for treatment, but holding capacity and the 100-year flood event would be more suitable. It takes up more space, I get it. But because we're feeding into an endangered, ultimately this is feeding into an endangered, what's the word I'm looking for?
Protected?
Protected waterway at the Bulow Creek headwaters. I would hope we would do more than the minimum in this realm. That's all. Thank you.
I did have a few of the public comments that I wanted to address, particularly Ms. Meyer, in regards to the number of units of multifamily. The development itself, with their average 7 units per acre density and the 71-ish acres to be used for residential, they're capped at 502 units. So when they come in phase by phase, we'll keep ticking down that 502 cap. So if they decide to start with the single family or the townhome, that'll leave less for the multifamily. And then also the 400 square feet, and does the ALF apply to it? Yes, we consider assisted living facilities as part of that commercial use. So if there's 100,000 square feet of ALF, there'll be 300,000 square feet of commercial left.
Capped at 45 foot in height.
Yes, and that's in the dimensional requirements of the PUD, so that's locked.
And each of those floors count. So if you have four stories, each floor counts as the FAR.
Oh, for the multi, is that what you're talking about? So my question, I guess, is this we want something, I think one of the big problems that happens with developments is that they morph and change and PUDs get changed and all of that. Is there any possibility where some of these restrictions can run with the land? Yes. I mean, people are worried about density changing. They're worried about buffers changing, next board, we've seen these things not get developed for 5 years, 10 years, come back.
Right.
And they, that's been a huge problem, I think.
Always.
So I want to ensure and that's the thing when it stays in the county is, we'll have this opportunity to really restrict it from morphing.
I want to rain on your parade, and
Go
that's.
for it. Is that going to be part of the?
As long as it stays in the county, because we just
Yes.
watched Palm Coast annex the Walmart site, which had a limiting policy on transportation trips, and it was removed because it was annexed into the city. So these protections are only as good if they stay in the county. As soon as they're annexed, game's over.
It's also automatic. The developer's agreement it's a contractual agreement. It's recorded, so it's going to run with the land. However, it doesn't stop the developer from coming in the future. If there's going to be any modifications to an agreement, it's going to come back to this commission for review and for vote and for public comment.
And I guess a question, we've talked a lot about potential modifications if the development, if this master rezoning is approved. Will we see modifications to this come back based on the comments so that we're not spending another hour with the minutia of the language?
Yes, and if it's okay with you all, what we would do is do a red line of the existing agreement, and the red line would be presented back to you all to see these changes, dealing with the buffer, the view shed. And so you'll just be having to deal with just the changes. That would be my proposal.
Madam Chairman, I move that we approve on first reading a rezoning ordinance from the AC Agriculture District to the PUD Planned Unit Development District to include specifications and specificity that we have discussed.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Hanson, a second by Ms. Richardson, we've already gone out to public comment. We'll ask for roll call.
Commissioner Richardson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
Chair Pennington?
Yes.
Commissioner Carney?
Yes.
Commissioner Dance?
No, I can't vote for that if I voted against the land use, so sorry.
4-1, thank you.
Thank you all for listening to me.
We still have.
All for your
let's
time.
see.
We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We still have 9C. We have 1 legislative and 2 quasi judicial. Can we just take a 5-minute break? That'd be okay. Thank you. We'll come back at 8:30.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
intensity. This is located at 5530 US Highway 1, also known as the White Eagle.
Yes.
Yeah, didn't we do something with it?
All right,
Monster
Simone
High.
Kenny, planner. This is a future land use map amendment located at the intersection and the roundabout of US 1 and South Old Dixie Highway and County Road 325. You saw this property last month for the right-of-way vacation, and now it's back for a future land use map amendment and rezoning. So the current future land use is residential low-density rural estate, a little bit of commercial high, and a sliver of conservation. The sliver of conservation can really be dated back to one of the original comprehensive plans in which they went through and designated anything that they assumed to be wetlands as conservation. These days, it's not particularly accurate, so we do have a policy in our comprehensive plan where they can come in for an administrative map adjustment if they provide evidence that it is not actually wetlands. The applicants have provided that evidence that it's not wetlands. However, they wanted to include it in this request rather than coming in with a separate application for the administrative adjustment.
So what you just said, Simone, is that unless they do that, they can't do anything with that little sliver. They can't build on it.
Correct.
Right, okay.
I think the clicker gave out again. The zoning is primarily R1 residential rural estate with a little corner of C2. It doesn't quite match up with the existing future land use already. And this sliver of C2 is the existing site of the White Eagle Bar. And we can see from the future land use map as well as the zoning map that this is sort of a continuation of an existing little corridor of commercial future land use and zoning, or it could also be described as a cluster around this intersection. Next slide, please. It is not in a particular flood hazard, being in flood zone X. The soils are primarily fine sands, and there are no wetlands on the map. This is, again, the estimate from the National Wetlands Inventory through Fish and Wildlife Services, but the applicants have provided a wetland delineation survey showing that there are no wetlands on the property. So again, the current FLUM is a little bit of commercial high, that residential low intensity or low density rural estate, and that sliver of conservation, and they're proposing to amend the future land use map to all commercial high intensity. And here's a survey. Again, you saw this one last week. It has since, or last month, it has since been updated, removing that right-of-way in the middle for Trojan Ave, and is now just one cohesive piece of property. But again, we can see the existing structure of that White Eagle Bar in the southeast corner. That'll be the upper right-hand side, the way it's oriented here, showing how close the existing structure is to the County Road 325 right-of-way, potentially even encroaching into it. And then, as we heard at the right-of-way vacation last month and today, the proposed intention is to demolish the White Eagle Bar, bring the property into compliance, and establish a convenience store gas station. Here we have that conceptual development. Again, really just sort of at the illustrative phase. The rear of the property primarily being used for their stormwater retention. They have the proposed gas station, convenience store building. From what I understand, it's just under 4,000 square feet, and 12 gas pumps. Access would be coming off of both 325, County Road 325 and US 1. And we'll see in the subsequent rezoning application a little bit more information about the traffic and proposed traffic improvements. Could I get the next slide? So again, for our future land use map amendments, we have to do the proposed analysis based on the worst case scenario. And so for this proposed project, we'll see a net decrease of 2 residential dwelling units and an increase in a potential 52,000 square feet of commercial floor area. Again, that being the worst case scenario and applying that 0.4 FAR to the 3.56 acres. So our change in population is going to be a decrease in 4 people. Our transportation net daily trips increase will be about 1,500. As for our potable water demand, worst case scenario would be about 14,500 gallons. Again, they are using a private well for this project, not hooking up to any private water utilities. I think the closest one would be FGUA down Old South Dixie Highway, but it would not be feasible to connect. For sanitary, they would also be on a private septic. So worst case scenario, that would be about 12,000 gallons of sanitary waste. Again, all of that requiring permitting through the health department and using the specialized commercial septic tanks.
Test. Was that shown on the concept plan where the
No.
going to be?
From what I understand, and I believe the applicant can attest more, that it would be in that southeast corner, most likely, the drain field.
Okay. Next to the wetlands?
Or no, the southeast, closer to the roundabout.
Oh, in the, okay, that's weird.
Mm-hmm. I may be misspeaking, but we'll have the applicant
Let's hope
double
not.
check on that. As for solid waste, estimated to be about an increase in 1,000 pounds. Parks and Recreation, again, net decrease in 4 persons. Educational facilities would be an estimate decrease in 1 student. So again, to summarize, this is Project 2026-03-0042, the FLUM Amendment. We had the companion right-of-way vacation that was approved at the May 18th regular meeting. And then we have the companion rezoning to C2 General Commercial and Shopping Center, which we'll hear after this application. So again, we have about 2.41 acres of residential low-density rural estate future land use, about 0.215 acres of conservation, and about half an acre of commercial high-intensity. And the proposal is to amend that to a total of 3.56 acres of commercial high-intensity. Again, net decrease of 2 dwelling units, but an increase in potentially 52,000 square feet of commercial floor area. At our Planning and Development Board meeting in May, we did have some public comment which inquired about the actual use of the property. And there was some public comment mentioning non-residents utilizing County Road 325 as a throughway and cutting through the neighborhoods at the very north end of County Road 235. The applicant has confirmed that the intended use is for a convenience gas store with gas pumps, and that they're proposing driveway improvements of County Road 325 up until their driveway access. And I'll have another map of that in the rezoning presentation. The Planning and Development Board unanimously recommended approval. And then your options as the board, you may approve of the project of a future land use amendment from conservation, commercial high intensity, and residential low density to all commercial high intensity, finding that the amendment is consistent with the Flagler County Comprehensive Plan, or you can deny the project, finding that the amendment is not consistent with the comp plan, or you can determine that more information is needed and continue the request to a time and date certain. With that, I'll close out, awaiting any questions or comments from the board, and submit my report for the record. And the applicants are also in attendance. you have any further questions?
Thank you. I do have a question really quick. I wasn't here, maybe Mr. Hanson or Mr. Dance was here. 325, is that the one that cuts into the S section if they choose? I had some residents reach out because they were worried. No, it's 325. Right?
Yeah, the city spent a year trying to close it, and it didn't happen.
Trying to close that road.
Yep.
Like just arguing back and forth with residents?
Yeah, it was the Alphen board, and it was probably a year of debate.
And so we
And it
couldn't close
stayed
it on our
open.
side, the
I
access,
don't
right?
think so. I don't know.
No. I am curious because I wonder how many people are now going to take that shortcut to get to this gas station from that back part of the S section. Because it is actually, I've seen it over the years come up multiple times on social media where these poor people that live on that path have people going through their yards. One crashed into the fence, but they use it as a shortcut to get out to US 1 and then back into the S neighborhood because people live on 325 as well. But there was just a big argument because the people didn't want it shut down. But now with this here, I'm wondering how many people in the neighborhood are going to cut over to go to the gas station constantly. And I just didn't know if that's within our purview or the city's about limiting access into Palm Coast.
I think that is a question potentially for the legal department. I think it's the city of Palm Coast's plotted right-of-way that is abutting our county road. I'm not sure if there are issues and concerns with blocking off a plotted right-of-way, just for legal purposes.
I suspect that this will come up after this is built, just an FYI. I can only imagine how many people would, it's much easier than getting out of the S section neighborhood to get to a gas station. So it could literally turn, until that gas station is built next to Grand Landings.
That's why we have a legal team.
Yeah, so I foresee that with this. So I don't know if it's something we can fix today, but it's something that we need to be aware of. Okay. Any questions or comments for staff on this?
One question. Did you look at the allowable uses in C2 and see anything that you thought might be not fitting within the area?
Not particularly. Again, some of the surrounding properties are also C2.
Right.
And then
Without any restrictions.
yeah, and then we're not allowed to condition a straight zoning.
Okay.
Project.
Well, the comp plan you can.
That's true. But I mean, nothing jumped out at me immediately.
I have a question, Simone. So what I'm looking at here is the parking lot on US 1, facing US 1.
US 1
which is
is
a
at the
United
bottom,
States
yes.
road.
Mhm. Well, it's
And this is a
in this
county road
part-
the other side, right?
Yeah, so US 1 in this portion is FDOT, as the state road, or maintained by the state.
Florida, it's maintained by the state, but it's a United States road. You can take that road and go to Maine.
Mhm.
Right. So this property is on a major highway. And you're not, and you know, I understand the concerns of people cutting through it, but it's still a major highway.
Oh, no.
And that's always going to have, that's a solid commercial property if ever I saw one.
I'm not
No, I'm not
stating that. It's
questioning
just
that.
apparently this 325 cuts straight through the S section. And so people use
I
it, it's a
understand
dirt
they're
road.
using it. I understand that,
Yeah.
but you're right there at US 1. I don't know the mileage of what they're doing on this road, how many homes or how many people are going to be using that road. 10, 20 as a sidewalk? I don't know. I can't picture it from this map. I have no idea of how many people would be using it. It's irrelevant? It's very relevant, and they're saying that it's going to be a problem, and it's been a problem, and it's going to be a problem.
It doesn't show here, but County Road 325 goes all the way to the back it's a county road, but then it goes into Palm Coast to the S section, like Slow Path, that area. And so for years, people have used it as a shortcut to get out to US 1 from those neighborhoods. But now with putting in a gas station, it'll be even more use probably just to get to the gas station. And so the residents are reaching out from that area going, could the county look again at potentially closing down this cut through?
Well, and it's a small store.
Yeah.
Also, they can get eggs and.
I can't see, between the two jurisdictions, I can't see that happening,
No,
but
I don't know. I don't think we'll solve it in this, but I suspect it will come to us as complaints once this opens. Just an FYI. I do think it's on the city side that has to close it, so from what I regard, so. Okay, any questions for Simone? Want to do public comment? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Simone. I'd like to open item 9C, legislative request for a flume change less than 10 acres from conservation commercial, high intensity, and residential, low density to commercial. I open it up for public comment. Speakers approach, state your name, you have 3 minutes.
Raymond Royer. Yeah, I'm very familiar with this place. I used to have some soda pops there at the White Eagle. And yeah, a lot of people used to cut through there. Probably that's why that guy went through the fence, because it was the White Eagle. And he used to stay open till 2 in the morning.
That's right.
So that being said, that road's been always a cut-through road, you know, even when the White Eagle was there. So I think it's going to bring a nice commercial building there. It's been blighted for years now, since after the hurricane. That one mobile home was destroyed, and people were bringing rescue food for the dogs and everything else. So that place has been through at least 7 years of blight. So yeah, I think it'd be a great improvement if all the municipalities can agree on the roads there. But yeah, I think it'd be a great improvement for the county, and especially for Bike Week. You know, a lot of bikers go through that area, you know, to take the pleasure of going through the nice area that we have there. And yeah, it would be a nice place to fill up, you know, maybe grab something light to eat and then get back on the road. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other public comment on item 9C? All right, seeing none, I'll close public comment and bring it back to the board, entertain a motion or more discussion, whichever.
Madam Chairman, I move that.
Sorry, I think the applicant did have something they wanted to add.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. I thought we would talk to her at 9D.
Good evening. Thank you very much for your time this evening. I know it's been a long night. My name is Kristen Reed with Kimley Horn. I'm here on behalf of the property owner. As Simone presented, this is a request to extend the existing commercial land use and zoning across the entire 3.5-acre property. This is a major transportation corridor, as we've discussed. It's also at the recently improved roundabout intersection of US Highway 1 and County Road 325. And the reason we need the amendment for the land use and zoning is in order to be able to redevelop the blighted property in a manner that is consistent with modern design standards and requirements. As mentioned, we did submit a traffic study with the application. This traffic study identified that there would be no roadway deficiencies in the area or at any of the intersections within the study area based on the project traffic. Also, the fact that the site is located at a roundabout intersection makes access to the site much more feasible and safer than would a traditional intersection. A traditional intersection typically has about 32 points of potential conflict. That is greatly reduced by the existence of the roundabout, which typically has about 8 points of conflict, of potential conflict. Additionally, being located with access off of that roundabout is good because the traffic is slowed by the roundabout function. That also makes it safer to access the project site. There was some discussion about compatibility also. The project is located on the major corridor. It's already partially developed with commercial development, that White Eagle Bar, which is now boarded up and vacant. There's also substantial trees and vegetation on the east side of County Road 325. That provides a very good visual buffer for any of the residential uses on the east side of County Road. But I will note that the first property to the east off of County Road is a single-family home that is boarded up and vacant, and it is designated for commercial land use and commercial zoning currently. So in your land use plan, you've already said you want that area to be commercial. My assumption would be that that would be the next step for that one. There is one single-family home to the north that also has those substantial vegetative buffers and trees on County Road 325. I've driven by it. You can't see back in there. If there's a home in there, it's about 200 feet east of the property line. The third property up, and these are the ones that would only be across from the project site, has a mobile home on it, about 80 feet from the property line, but I will note that that property is not solely residential. The property, the third one up from on County Road 325, has a sign on the fence that says it's D&W Auto Sales and Repair. And if you look at an aerial of it, at least 3/4 of that property is used for storage of automobiles and service repair structures. So the proposed land use and zoning change would be compatible with the area, wouldn't have any blighting effect, and would actually be a public benefit for redeveloping that property. Convenience stores, gas stations are also uses that are typically found in both urban and rural areas, so it would be consistent with the rural character of the neighborhood. As noted in the staff report, the presentation by Ms. Kenny, and the application materials that we provided to you, we have found that the proposed land use and zoning are both consistent with the criteria of the Land Development Code. They're consistent with the criteria of the Florida statutes, Chapter 163, for amendments to the county's comprehensive plan, and they are consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies in the comprehensive plan. Again, as I mentioned, this also provides a public benefit by redeveloping a blighted structure in a manner that is consistent with your modern design standards and criteria. So with those, we respectfully would appreciate a recommendation of approval or an actual approval, and I am here for questions.
I have a question about lighting design. I see the house that's to the, what is that, would be south, technically? There's a house in there. Is it a trail? Yeah, the home back in there. We had talked about, I think last time we'd be interested in knowing what the thoughts were around lighting. I know gas stations can be rather bright, and I don't want to hear about anybody being impacted. I guess this is your home back here? Okay. You might have missed your chance to speak there. Okay. Yeah, can we talk about lighting there for just a minute? Or understood. Okay, thank you. Sounds great. Just talk to me about what the concept is for lighting around there, or what we can do to mitigate the neighbors, that residential seeing such.
Through the chair, there was discussion about that. I think at our last board meeting with a right-of-way closure,
Right.
Some initial discussion, maybe at the planning board, that I understand that your code doesn't have lighting standards in it currently, but that when we go through site development review, I think Mr. Mangle had mentioned that they will ask for some lighting plans that maybe following Palm Coast, the city of Palm Coast lighting design standards would be something that they would request. So we'd certainly work with staff. Those are common standards among various communities, and we certainly don't want to create light trespass on other properties. In addition to that, as I mentioned, on County Road 325, there is that substantial vegetation that's also going to do a lot to protect.
Any questions for her? Comments? Down on this end? None?
No,
Okay.
you hit my hot topic point with what we talked about last time, so.
Lights. Okay. All right, we're gonna, I think we're good. Thank you, ma'am. I don't have any, Ms. Carney, did you have anything for that? No.
We have a lighting ordinance, don't we? If
No,
they,
we don't. Welcome to,
Welcome to the county.
so lighting is a nuisance if it's not handled correctly. So, okay.
It's on our to-do list.
Will, so in the design phase, Ms. Simone, in the design phase, we'll catch that? And make sure they have the proper downward lighting or whatever?
Yes, in the site development phase.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Palm Coast has a pretty good lighting ordinance.
Flagler Beach does too, but
Don't ask the R section.
it's called, yeah, it's
Don't
using
ask the R
floodlights
section
and,
about
yeah.
the lighting.
Okay.
It's a business.
If there are no more
What, at
comments.
the park?
The park,
Yeah, well, that's,
she's giving it to me every time she sees me.
If we have no more questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Hanson was in the middle of it.
Thanks, sir.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve item 9C, which is a request for future land use map amendment less than 10 acres for conservation, commercial, high intensity, and residential to low density, commercial, high intensity at 5530 US Highway 1.
I'll second.
All right, motion by Mr. Hanson, seconded by Ms. Carney. We already had public comment. I'm going to go ahead and ask for a roll call vote.
Chair Pennington,
Yes.
Commissioner Richardson,
Yes.
Commissioner Dance,
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
Commissioner Carney.
Yes.
5-0, thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item 9D, which is quasi-judicial. It's project 2026-03-0044. It is a request to rezone from the C2 General Commercial and R1 Rural Residential District to the C2 General Commercial District at 5530 US Highway 1. I'm going to go ahead and ask Mr. Dance, have you had any ex parte communication?
No, ma'am.
Ms. Carney? No. Mr. Hanson?
No.
Ms. Richardson?
No.
And I just had the one resident reach out about the impacts to County Road 325. Otherwise, no. All right, go ahead.
All right, this is the subsequent rezoning application to the future land use map amendment that you just heard. Rezoning C2 and R1 entirely to C2 at 5530 US Highway 1. Again, it's the same piece of property, so I don't want to go over each and every detail again. Just wanting to highlight that there is the existing C2 and C1 kind of corridor cluster around this intersection with US 1 and South Old Dixie Highway, and this would just be a continuation of that. Again, we have our current zoning, which is roughly about 3-ish acres of R1 and about half an acre of C2 to about 3.5 acres total of C2, which is general commercial and shopping center. And we have our survey with the existing White Eagle Bar that will be redeveloped. We have our conceptual development plan with the approximately just under 4,000 square foot convenience store with 12 gas pumps. And then we have some of our conceptual driveway improvements in more detail. The traffic impact analysis was performed for the 4,000 square foot convenience store with 12 fueling stations, resulting in a net daily increase of about 1,500 trips. Based on the traffic study that was submitted, the intersections at US 1 and Seminole Woods and US 1 and County Road 325 will operate sufficiently. They have found that the right turn lane along US 1 is warranted based on the trips, and they are proposing an extension of the existing turn lane to be able to add a couple cars to that queue, and that a left turn lane along County Road 325 is not warranted. However, they are still proposing the improvements of County Road 325 up until their driveway access onto it. So again, this is following the right-of-way vacation application and the future land use map amendment. It's about 2.8 acres of R1 and about half an acre of C2 to 3.5 acres of C2. Again, reminding you that's resulted in a net decrease of 2 dwelling units and an increase in 52,000 square feet of commercial floor area. This application was also unanimously recommended for approval by the Planning and Development Board. And the subsequent step would be the site development plan and being less than 5 acres would be a staff level only review at our TRC committee. So your options as the board, you may approve the project, which is a rezoning, again, from C2 and R1 to C2 at 5530 US Highway 1, finding that the proposed rezoning is consistent with the comp plan and the LDC, subject to the effective date of the future land use map amendment. Because the property is less than 50 acres, we submit to the state. There is just a 30-day review period or comment period. If we don't get anything back from them, it's automatically approved. And so we would condition the rezoning to become effective when the future land use does in 31 days. Or you can determine that the proposed rezoning is not consistent with the comp plan and LDC and deny the project, or you can determine that more information is needed. With that, I'll close out, awaiting any questions or comments from the board and submit the report for the record.
I'd like to go ahead and just go out to public comment on this issue. If you'd like to speak, we're going to allocate time for public comment on this item. Each speaker is allowed up to 3 minutes to address the commission. You should approach the podium, identify yourselves, and direct comments. So if you'd like to speak, I know that we have some residents in the room. If you'd like to speak, this is your opportunity. Okay. Anyone else would like to speak on this matter? All right, hearing none, I'll bring it back and close out public comment. Entertain questions, concerns, comments, motions.
Motion.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve rezoning from C2 and R1 district to the C2 General Commercial District for 5530 US Highway 1.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Hanson to approve, a second by Ms. Richardson. We'll go ahead and go to roll call.
Commissioner Richardson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
Chair Pennington?
Yes.
Commissioner Dance?
Yes.
Commissioner Carney?
Yes.
5-0, thank you.
All right, now we're moving on to quasi judicial 9E, request for approval of a site development plan in the PUD district for a 69-unit single-family residential subdivision in Plantation Bay. Mr. Dance, any ex parte?
None.
Ms. Carney?
No.
Mr. Hanson?
No.
No.
Ms. Richardson, no. I have had no communication on this matter.
Simone Kenny, planner. This application is for a site development plan in the PUD district for another unit of Plantation Bay. This is for Westlake Unit 10A, again in the Plantation Bay DRI. The notable thing with the Plantation Bay DRI and some of our other DRIs is that although they are already zoned PUD, their individual subdivisions don't have necessarily dimensional requirements that we would expect in a regular PUD development agreement. And so when they come in for the site development plan, we are actually also modifying their overall PUD agreement to add those dimensional requirements in there. So again, we're in Plantation Bay, Westlake 10A. This is sort of in the northwest corner of the DRI location. 69 units extending off of, I think it's Turnberry and Ivanhoe. So that's your kind of looping around, extending off of the existing roadways. The future land use is mixed use, low intensity. The zoning is PUD. No particular flood hazard being located in flood zone X. The soils are primarily sandy. There may be small pockets of wetlands according to the National Wetlands Inventory Mapper. All of that, again, being permitted through the St. Johns River Water Management District. And then on Map H, which is the Master Development Plan for the DRI, this specific location is earmarked as medium density residential, allowing for 6 to 8 units per acre. So here we have those specific development standards I was talking about that would apply to this specific subdivision.
Again, the total project acreage is just under 50 acres, proposed for 69 single-family detached dwelling units. So that density comes out ultimately to about 1.5, which is much lower than the 6 to 8 units per acre that they're entitled to on map H. They have the pretty standard minimum setbacks that we see in Plantation Bay, minimum lot width of 70 feet. So these are some of our larger lots. Front setback 25 feet, sides 5, unless it's a street side or corner, that increases to 20. The rear is 20 with a rear pool and screen room of 5. And then we do have additional landscaping requirements that are submitted as part of this Exhibit C as well. Kind of a little bit unusual. We don't have these in a lot of our other PUDs or DRIs, but this just clarifies what exactly those landscaping requirements are for each site. So here we have a better look at that site development plan. Again, 69 units coming off of Turnberry and Ivanhoe. On the left-hand side, you can see a little bit of a extension into what will eventually be another future section of the DRI. That was so they can include the lift station as part of this site plan approval. So again, the project is just under 50 acres with 69 single-family detached lots. Technically, based on the map H, they could develop up to 379 dwelling units in this area, but their proposed density is only 1.5 units per acre. The Planning and Development Board saw this at their May 12th regular meeting and unanimously recommended approval. So your options as the board are to approve the PUD site development plan and the amendment to the specific development standards for Unit 10A, or you can deny the project, or you can determine that more information is needed and continue the request. With that, I'll close out, awaiting any questions or comments from the board, and submit the report for the record.
All right, any questions? Comments?
Nope.
Mr. Hanson, curb and gutter? Ms. Richardson?
No.
Okay. I'm going to open up the item to public comment now, if it's okay with you. Item 9E, quasi-judicial request for approval on site development plan. If anybody'd like to approach and take this time period to speak on this item, you have 3 minutes to approach.
Darlene Shelley, Palm Coast. Just a quick question. I'm not sure if I missed it or if we're not talking about the name of the developer who's doing this. It seems very compatible in Plantation Bay. I don't know if that's a coincidence, if the developer who presented the last one that we felt was so incompatible with our Palm Coast homes, not quite sure why that would be. An area of residential homes should have other residential homes next to them to keep the value of the current homes the same, to be compatible, to not jeopardize the home values, safety, health, and welfare of the residents that are there. Had this been 4-story apartment complexes, looking down on the other homes, I would say that would be incompatible. But this is Plantation Bay, and I live in Palm Coast. So there's that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, I close public comment. I'll bring it back to the board.
It's the benefit of a master plan development that's, these have been laid out in this pattern since the project was initially designed. Yep. So we're going through a systematic phasing in of what was designed 20 years ago.
Over.
40.
Over 20.
40.
More than that, yeah.
So that's the difference.
Madam Chair, I move we approve site development plan in the PUD
district for 69-unit SFR subdivision in Plantation Bay.
Second.
I have a motion to approve by Mr. Hanson, a second by Ms. Richardson. I'll allow for a roll call.
Commissioner Carney?
Yes.
Chair Pennington?
Yes.
Commissioner Richardson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
Commissioner Dance?
Yes.
5-0, thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go out to the county administrator.
No comments tonight, thank you.
Wow. County attorney. Not that late.
No pressure.
I'm going to keep it brief. It's actually two items. It's on a verge of updating. It was 2 weeks ago. It's the first time I'd get a chance to update you, but the court heard the county's motion to dismiss the Hammock Harbor, the Hammock Association's lawsuit challenging the approval of the settlement agreement. The court heard our motion to dismiss, and it was granted. Court ruled that the association did not have standing to argue the challenge because they brought the case as a petition for writ of certiorari for review. However, the decision of this board was not quasi-judicial because approval of settlement agreements under Burt Harris has been deemed legislative or administrative under the by the courts. So the plaintiffs have 20 days to file an amendment or try to revise their complaint. Haven't spoken to them about what their course of action is, but if they don't file an amended petition or change their standards for standing, the appeal is final. The dismissal, is final. So both ourselves and the developer, Hammock Harbor, both filed motions to dismiss. We drafted them completely separately, and actually they both carried the same legal arguments, and they were both granted by the court. The second update is, I know that we had discussed this previously in one of our matters in the issue on a potential moratorium in regards to data centers. Our office, I have drafted a draft moratorium ordinance. I've sent it to administration to review to determine whether or not when we'll bring the matter back up for your approval to begin the discussing the moratorium. Bringing this because we have some of our surrounding neighboring counties have now undergone or approved. I know Nassau has. I think Clay last week approved a moratorium as they begin to review their code for regulations, since this is the one little tidbit of regulatory authority that the legislature has given us as counties to regulate these types of uses. So I've already drafted a draft moratorium resolution, which is the first step, and then moving forward to then adjust our land development codes or comprehensive plans to address these issues, and those issues could be then piggybacked along our overall adoption of the, or updates, I'm sorry, of the comp plan and LDC. That's really it for now, for tonight.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Would that cover any property that was outside of the, in the county? Would that include the entire county or not with the municipalities? Let me put it
No,
that way.
the moratorium as drafted covers just the unincorporated, because we can't
Okay.
go in and create a moratorium to.
They have their own-
They
they
have
have
their
their
own,
Okay.
they have their own procedures they would have to follow. They would have to conduct their own studies to determine the length, because we would not be able to then overstep our boundaries in basically almost enjoining enforcement of their own codes, or even enjoining review of applications that have been submitted to the city
I got
in
you.
order to stop those. So
Any of
the,
those cities,
yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
thank
it's
you.
just, so each city can then have their own, can then examine whether
Make
they
their
want
own
to conduct their own.
decisions.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. We're going to go to final community outreach, 30-minute time period allocated for public comments that are not on the agenda. Each speaker's allowed 3 minutes. State your name, sir.
David Eckert, Cali del Sur. Sorry for me, and sorry for you, actually, that I have to bring this up now, but this is for the budget workshop and the process going forward, possibly public hearing to It doesn't look like the compound flood study, U.S. Army Corps SAC study, is possible to get incorporated into the comprehensive plan anytime soon. And I'd like the compound flooding data and the SAC's information to be used during the discussion of possible public hearings and so forth. So I don't know what the procedure is, and it's also pertinent for the maintenance agreements that you have with some of the HOAs for that data to be used relative to future maintenance requirements. So I don't know what the procedure would be, but if St. Johns County adopts the Back Bay study, which impacts the use of the Army Corps data from Summerhaven down to marine land, it becomes pertinent for Reach 4 and Reach 3. So is there a way for the board to guide the staff or instruct the staff to give the U.S. Army Corps SAC study equal weight with the FEMA firm data and possibly also the USGS flood data for all of the material that we use during the budget process? Because as you're going forward, this will start to affect some of the large accounts on some of the issues, because it will affect the degree to which the dune and beach will protect Reach 3 and 4 and so forth, and when the timing for that would be. So I'd like it to be incorporated into future town meetings, that if I come up and want to talk at those meetings about flood studies, that I can use the data from the USGS or from the Army Corps SAC study. So I'm asking you to find a way to use that data for your future processes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments?
Darlene Shelley, just a quick last comment. I just wanted to clarify the record. In the agenda packet, the airport fuel farm was actually referred to as a fuel farm. So I didn't say that. That was in the packet. I also just want to say for the record that, and I've said it up here so many times, about the EPA's reports on lead emissions from piston engine aircraft and how harmful they are to children and to humans. And supposedly, avgas, low lead fuel, was supposed to be done away with by 2030. Well, we all know that's not going to happen. But it needs to happen, because the EPA is telling us that lead emissions from piston engine aircraft are lowering IQs of our children, damaging their brain and nervous system, causing learning and behavioral difficulties, slowing growth, hearing problems, headaches, high blood pressure, high hypertension. And that's just lead emissions and the toxic chemicals. That's not the constant nuisance noise from 520 training planes over our homes. So we're talking about two 20,000-gallon tanks with leaded avgas, another 20,000-gallon tank of Jet A fuel. That is a heavy industrial use in the middle of Palm Coast's densely populated city, full of children and schools and churches and hospitals, and ironically, at least 3 cancer centers that are directly under these flight paths. It's a travesty. And it opens up other doors in my research to why we're having problems with our children in schools. And ADHD, learning disabilities, hyperactivity, anger issues. We see it on the roads too. I'm not making this up. This is the EPA's own warning that came out. And I've given it to the board multiple times, and it's been ignored. And we can't stand for it because our children and our families are too important. Thank you.
Thank you. I bring it back for commission reports. Ms. Richardson.
I don't have much to say, so I'm just going to be quiet.
All right. Mr. Hanson, sir.
I don't have anything to add.
Ms. Carney.
Well, I look forward to our budget workshop tomorrow. If I'm running late, I'll notify. I am coming back from Mayo that morning. Depends on traffic, obviously, on 95. I'm not doing this to pat myself on the back. I just want to let the board know I was able to get another easement. So that makes 3 from the list.
I'll pat you on the back.
Easements.
Good job.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm still working on some more, and I will contact our engineer. He's not an engineer, but there's some follow-up. Sean gave wonderful notes on when everything went out. So there is some follow-up that is needed. I have been phone calling, texting. If I have an email address, I've been trying to follow up on that. Someone here is from Quincy, Mass. Most of them are remnants, and when I mean by remnants, those are those 50-foot small pieces. There is one here at 200 feet. I mean, those are the type of people that we want to get. So anyway, I'm still plugging away at this. I'm not going to give up. So, and that's pretty much all I have.
Mr. Dance.
Thank you. I think we got consensus about the leasee for restaurants.
We'll go through that now.
Okay. As far as treat them all the same as far as when they get.
That was my question.
So we don't
If you're
have
gonna do
automatic
one for
renewals
good
and
for
we get to just.
Policy.
Yeah.
We need a policy around leased properties that there's a workshop of the lease, 6 months prior.
I don't know how many we have. Restaurants
Landing strip.
we could start with restaurants first and instead of all of our leased properties.
Okay. I think it's just, so.
No, it's a good suggestion because you forget about things and then something happens and you don't get it out there and it just auto renews. So it's a good idea.
And then the only other thing, we don't have to talk at length about it now, but Adam and I had a conversation about, we'll have to add it to the land development code, but being able to have traffic consultants at our disposal to which the developer or applicant would pay, but it gives us an independent third party to review traffic studies, which are the most crazy, insane reporting that is hard. You need a degree to understand them, but so it's something we can talk about. It's not an immediate need, would have been handy for this one that we reviewed tonight. But I think, that's one thing we don't have expertise in as a consultant. The city has 3, I think, traffic consultants, but I think it would be helpful, and we can talk about it more later. Thank you. That's it.
Okay. 2 things. One is I was mentioning, I think with HB 399, SB 686, 180, Live Local, that before January 27, I'll just preface it as that because there'll be new commissioners or anything. So this board needs a workshop or training on those, not only those laws, but 399, I mean, I hate to break it to Flagler County, but it's going to be very difficult to deny anything coming forward between these laws. And in order to, if you do want to decline something, you're going to have to very expressly state the reasons. And I think Mr. Rodriguez and I spoke previously, there's going to be some work on our end for 399, right, that we're going to have to do on our comp plan.
Right. The way I kind of read 399 is the legislature has kind of amended 163 to tell local governments, hey, you have to put these compatibility standards in your comp plan, your land development codes. And then if you're going to make a decision or a denial based on that, you're going to have to follow the standards you have established in your code and in your comp plan and give detailed reasons and analysis based on what you have adopted. So I think that's something we're going to have to look at to define what the county wants to establish as compatibility, establish those standards, and then those are the standards that are going to guide you in approving or denying applications.
Yeah, so I think it would be helpful to have a workshop before all this is implemented, and maybe even a mock thing so that everyone can work on their denial, so that just needs to happen, I think. It's very hard. Yeah, a mock trial. Mr. Eckert had a question for the board, if everybody's in consensus with what he asked for, or for staff to work on that with engineering to see if that'll be appropriate for the future.
I think it's very important that we do this. It's the best study yet on the flood capability of what could happen to us. And so to use it, I think, is imperative that we do that. So,
is everybody fine with that?
I would need a synopsis from our
Maybe I'll let
beach.
About the takeaway is
Staff.
that this comes back to, if you could take this to staff. We don't meet again until July 13th, and I think at that time, maybe Beach is on a workshop.
We've talked about that,
So
yes,
if we
ma'am.
could just get some feedback, if staff feels that this is appropriate or okay with them, the board is open to that.
We'll do that.
Sound right? Finally, I'm going to be that person. The governor has stated that 100,000 state government employees are going to be off from Thursday, July 2nd through Monday, July 6th, not even coming back till Tuesday, the 7th, to celebrate America's 250th anniversary. That's quite a long haul, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, but I believe we're only off on Friday. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
Is there, everyone comfortable with giving an extra day or a half day, or? We've had this once in a while. We've seen the governor do this, and then-
Our problem tends to be with the library staff, transportation, and I know it creates its own set of difficulties. I don't know that I've ever seen us with 5 days.
I wasn't not going to suggest that. I
Yeah.
was just going to suggest
If you're going to
the,
do one, I
the
would
Monday,
think
since we're not
Monday.
meeting.
do Monday, yeah.
I was suggesting the Monday, because I know that we've talked about, we're in the middle of talking about COLA, merit, and I just saw that, he gave so many days, and I know that's
Right.
going to be a question of us. So I don't know if you want to take back and see if that's feasible for Monday, if anybody's comfortable with that.
I'm comfortable with Monday.
I'm shocked that Greg didn't remember to bring that forward, to be honest with you. I'm
we
totally
typically-
shocked.
Quickly talk about it when the governor does it, but it's to celebrate 250.
Yeah, I think it's
Say you, Adam.
I think we need to do it.
Adam's like,
You were ready to say something.
I think what we would like to do is check with our constitutional partners, especially those that occupy this building, and see what they're going to be up to, and school board administration at least, and see if we can coordinate something. I did poll quickly the back of the room. I think everybody's saying thumbs up for, we want to do whatever the state does, just to be on the record, so that,
the state is going to go,
Can't
it's not
do
going to be around
5.
for an entire week.
Okay.
It's crazy, but I'm open to it. I just want to put it out there. We'll leave it final with Adam. He can do all his checks and balances.
can also
and
report to you
surprise us.
tomorrow at budget meeting, and I think
Oh, a
I'm
budget
also.
meeting.
That's
That's good.
So we do have a meeting as
Gosh,
soon
put
as
it back on
tomorrow.
us.
Can I sleep 12 hours?
Okay,
and see you
I
later?
tried for you guys, okay?
We'll talk tomorrow.
All right. I need a motion to adjourn.
Move we adjourn?
We're adjourned.
Let's go.